Stand a brave Parnell and taught him well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Dude, thank you so much for the 2 months of Prime. Okay. What's going on, chat? How are we? Good to see you. Happy fucking Monday. How are we all doing? It's one of those days, ain't it? It's one of those days. It's one of those Mondays. How we going? Got myself some vegan wine gums over here. That's very exciting. Very exciting for everyone, isn't it? Hey? I've got some more exciting stuff to show you in a bit. I have not been. What's the word? When you don't do stuff? I haven't been sitting on my laurels this weekend. Is that the right way to put it? I don't know. I've been doing stuff. I've been busy. Getting stuff ready for the stream, as well as taking some time for myself as well. But listen, just real quick, let's say hi to everyone. Before I get into that, Joel, How you doing, Chloe? Good to see you. Everybody, please go follow my good friend and mod, Mux Chloe B 42. Faye's an amazing streamer and a great comrade. We also got Femboy Echo. First James Summerton reemerges from his slumber, now a mule stream. What a lovely day. Good to hear that you put me in the same bracket as that kind of content dropping. Yeah, that's good to know. How you doing, Femboy? Elsimon, how you doing? Good to see you. Triple J, I'm not homeless today. Let's fucking go. Big up, Triple J. Not homeless anymore. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Great news. Fantastic news. Catgirl Steph. Good to see you. How you doing? How you doing, Adam? Welcome in. Duke of Blonde, thanks for the 2 months. What are you up to, Mr. Dank? Prince? How are you? How are you both? Are they like the vegan Haribo things that are mega laxative? I don't know. They're just these from Aldi, innit? I just got them today. They might not even be vegan. They just say vegan friendly. You know, sometimes they put that, don't they? And it's just like, whatever. You know? Not great. Sitting on me Yanni? Is that what it is? The plagiarist is back, yeah. Mm-hmm. You didn't mean it like that. No, I wasn't taking offense. I meant like, that's entertaining and I'm entertaining. You know. Hey, Blake, what's good? Good to see you in the YouTube chat. How you doing? Yeah, yay to not being homeless. Let's fucking go. That shit rocks. Listen, they're pretty good. I don't know if they're actually... I really love wine gums, innit? You know what I mean? I love wine gums. I always have, but I stopped eating them because when you get, like, to a certain age, your stomach just kind of goes, no, pal, we're not doing that anymore. And, yeah, they're a 10 out of 10 sweet. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Wholeheartedly. But, yeah, I don't really eat them too much anymore. But I saw them and I was like, all right, they're vegan friendly and they're like the cheap Aldi version of wine gums. So, yeah, I'm going to get them. Mm-hmm. We're just bringing that 5-year-old Yanni or Laurel audio thing the internet was obsessed with for like 2 weeks. Yeah, sitting on your Yanni or your Laurel. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I remembered, Chloe. Mm-hmm. I remembered. Listen, that's what I'm here for. Anyway, listen, I've been fucking around and doing some stupid shit in the stream, yeah? Because I got my stream deck all set up now. And so I know exactly what's going on, know exactly which buttons to press, kinda. I don't really. But I've got all sorts of stuff going on, right, that I can show you, right? For example, are you ready for this? Right, here's some new stuff. Some new stuff that I did this weekend, right? You ready for this? That's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah? Chat, do you like that? What do you reckon to that one? You know what that's for. You know why I've got that, don't you? Yeah? Did you miss it? Alright, I'll show you again. There you go. Bit of that. You can hear the sound effects as well and everything. Yeah? I've also got this. Pretty self-explanatory, innit, that? Don't need to explain away that one too much. Similar for this one. Can't really see it with Netanyahu's face there, but he's there. He's there. Mao's there. He's definitely there. Also, just some, like, fun ones. Some little cheeky fun ones. Got that there, so, you know, anything that makes... That's so stupid. Anything that makes me think that. There it is. Holy moly, you know. And then classic. Wow. There he goes. And then, of course, this one works on every scene. That and a bit of this for when people come in and they're wrong, aren't they? Because people come in and they're wrong all the time, so I've got a wrong, absolutely wrong. Yeah? And here's another thing. I'm really excited for Trash Bingus next week because it's going to be the production value, yeah? I love a bag of good jelly babies. Jelly babies are really nice, Ellie. I agree. Triple J says quadruple A cinematic experience. Thank you. Appreciate that. And our survey says you're a cunt. That's how we're going to be doing that one. I'm really excited. The production value for Trash Bingus is going to be through the roof because I got so much stuff going on. Like, you know, I'm going to bring up this scene again. Yeah. And I did this earlier because obviously, like, you know, we come to this scene. It's like someone's got a Bingus and it's like, oh, okay. We got the music going and all that. And then wait for someone to send the Bingus card in. You know how it goes, don't you? You know how it goes if you've been to Trash Bingus before, right? If you've not, what are you doing with your life? And then, if someone's a winner, you just press this. Chat, I'm so proud of myself. And it's just like, this is all just stuff that's like, you know, people learn to do in like the first year of streaming. And I've just not done any of that for fucking ages. So I'm really excited. I'm so excited for Trash Bingus. Because not only is there going to be that, yeah, not only is there going to be that, but there's also going to be a sort of like explainer video that I'm just going to play because I'm absolutely sick and tired of repeating myself every single what do you call it? Trash Bingus, where I'm like, okay, what I want to see on your Bingus card is this, and this. I'm just gonna pre-record a video and play it at the start of Trash Bingus. That's all it's gonna be. That's all it's gonna fucking be. So I'm really buzzing about this Stream Deck. I think it's really fun. It's a great piece of kit, and I've had it for years. I've actually had it for about fucking 3 years, and I've only just started using it properly. Although I did use it a little bit. But it was for when I was not streaming. And what I was doing was I was using it to pause and mute my alerts for like Red Planet when I'm doing... Because, you know, I do my virtual camera on the OBS. So when I'm on Red Planet, you see this. You see me here with the green screen and the trash and stuff in it normally. So there you go. Huskadoo, how are you doing? Welcome in. What's good? Good to see you. Paul, how are you doing? Reminds me of the pretend coin pusher videos that pretend they're winning millions, sometimes billions. You know what? I've not fucking seen them, Paul, but they're I will never forget my cousins when we went to Blackpool. My cousins got obsessed with those coin pusher machines, and they were just putting in. I remember my dad was there, and they were going, Uncle Mike, can I have another tenner? Can I have another tenner? And they were, and my dad was like, you're not gonna fucking win, lads. You can have another tenner, actually, but you're not gonna win. Like, that's just the end of it. It was so bad. In fucking Blackpool as well. In Blackpool, they're rigged all over the world, but in Blackpool, you know they're rigged way more than anywhere else, right? Icked Trunks, love the fail sound. What, you mean this one? Pretty good, innit? Pretty good. There's one. There's one. What, there's one? What do you mean? Not sure what you mean. Anyway, welcome in. It's good to see you. Did I hear Trash Bingus? Yeah, but not tonight. Not tonight, B-Rat. I'm just really excited for next week's Trash Bingus. We've got one more week of normal streams, and then a couple of days, and then we're back on Trash Bingus. So that's very exciting for everyone, isn't it? And you know what? I've decided what we're gonna do. Yeah, because the incentive stream that we had planned for last month is I don't think it's gonna happen, unfortunately, but it's certainly not gonna happen anytime soon. So we're changing it up, and this Friday I'm gonna be playing a whatchamacallit. I'm gonna be playing an actual video game. I'm gonna be doing an actual video game stream because I found a video game that I want to play. Yeah, and that is Home Hotline. What is it? Home Safety Hotline? Has anyone seen it? Does anyone know what that's about? I know what it's about. Just asking you. I don't need you to tell me. A coin pusher video. I think that's just got nuked in the chat there, Paul. Sorry about that. I still don't know how to do my settings on YouTube chat, so I'm sorry about that. If you fancy popping over to Twitch, I can give you a permit, but I don't know how to do permits on YouTube chat, so that's a bit annoying. But anyway, can't say I've heard of it before. It's pretty fun. It's like an old school analog horror game, and we're gonna play that on Friday night because it's not expensive. You know, it's like 15 quid, and I don't mind spending that if you get me to. Do you know what I mean? Well, you did back in fucking January. You got me to the dono goal, so yeah, don't mind doing that, and it'll be a bit of fun. It'll be a bit of fun. I'll try Twitch. Yeah, pop in, pop off, pop in, whatever. I don't know. I remember my mum and stepdad used to play those machines every time we went to the county fair. They would always have like a tent of 20 machines there. Fucking they're just so bad. Oh god, they're just so bad. Like they just fuck everyone over. It's really bad. £2 on a penny pusher in Dymchurch. Well, congrats. You know, congrats. Mr. Dank there. Listen, I know Mr. Dank. Listen, I'm going crazy about all these new scenes. And I'm forgetting about classic scenes. I'm forgetting about classic streamer stuff that I have been doing. And that is right. We do still have this scene.
That's piss. That's piss.
There you go. So
that's
we do
piss.
Still have that's piss.
That's piss.
We do still have that. So, you know. You're right, yeah. We shouldn't forget that. We shouldn't forget that's piss. Anyway. Where are we up to today? God, we got so much stuff to talk about, chat. We have a whole bunch of news to be getting along with. I'm sure some of you know some of it, but if you don't, you don't. It's one of those things. Yeah, we're going to be checking out a lot of stuff, a lot of news. Never forget. Yeah, never forget that shit. I was 11, to be honest, and mostly played on an old Daytona machine. Daytona! We're going to be talking about Aaron Bushnell. Obviously, we got that in the title of the stream. If you don't know who that is, don't worry. We'll be finding out very soon. We're going to be talking about the ICJ court hearing. A little bit of the ICJ court hearing because we got some interesting representatives that I want to hear from today, including League of Arab Nations. And there was someone else who we wanted to hear of today. ICJ. This is the final day of hearings. February 26th. League of Arab States, the African Union, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. That's who I want to be hearing from today at the ICJ hearing. So we're not going to spend too long on it. Don't worry. I know it's quite boring to hear all this legal talk and stuff like that. I just want to hear what some people are saying about this particular instance. And we're also going to be looking at, just generally speaking, Palestine-related stuff, including Sean's new video. So we're going to be checking out Sean's new video on Palestine. And if we've got time, we're going to be having a look at Taylor Loren's interview with Libs of TikTok, Chaya Raichik. And I have a lot of stuff to say about the discourse surrounding that, which includes but isn't limited to, I don't think people know what drip is. I don't think people know what style is. I've seen a lot of people do things like say, wow, we are really just finding out that she's an idiot. And it's incredibly, annoying and frustrating because it's like, oh, yeah, I didn't know that already, bro. I didn't know that. I thought this fucking transphobe, stochastic terrorist inspirer was really smart. You know what I mean? I thought she was really smart, actually. Just the worst discourse I've ever seen in my entire life. Mendiza Bell 60, how are you doing? Welcome in.
Hello, me old chum.
Good to see you. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Watched Neil Breen's latest film yesterday, which that's the one that we watched the trailer for, innit? Neil Breen. Is it called I Am Here Now or Cade the Tortured Crossing? Or did we miss that? Is that one already out? That one's already been out. Is that the one that you watched? Yeah, Cade the Tortured Crossing. We watched the thing. You know what? I was struggling to find out what we were gonna be watching for movie night this Saturday. We're having another movie night this Saturday, by the way. But I think I figured it out. We're gonna watch Cade the Tortured Crossing. Hey, Emmy, what's going on? Good to see you. By the way, check your Discord DMs, because if you're a Trash Bingus winner, we've got Trash Bingus games to be given away. I should have sent you the list to choose things from. So go ahead and do that if you can. Thank you very much. And if you've told me which game you want and I'm not giving it you, just let me know. Hey, Middle-earth Marxist, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, we're gonna watch Cade the Tortured Crossing this weekend. Defo. You want to get in the Discord? There it is, Elsie. There it is. Don't worry if you do everything correct. Yeah? Don't worry if you do everything correct and you don't get let in automatically, because it's not an automatic process, right? You do the thing, you read the stuff, and then you just have to wait for a mod to approve you. That's all it is, yeah? I've had some people say, like, oh, I thought I messed up because I did everything right and just nothing happened. It's like, no, a mod has to, like, see that you've done it, check everything, and that's it, yeah? Sent you my choice earlier. Thank you very much. Bingus is always appreciated. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, you know it. And I got so much stuff. I got so much stuff to be talking about. Well, to be showing off. I got so much stuff to be showing off in the next Bingus thing. I'm just going to show this off. Well, not... Sorry, I just completely turned myself down. I don't know why I did that. That was the wrong fader. I'm Spanish and I struggle with English. Sorry in advance. No need to apologize. Thank you so much for making the effort. I wish that English wasn't the accepted language of the world, but it is. Yeah, no problem at all. Really appreciate you saying that. So yeah, I just want to show people who've just got here this, because this is very exciting for me, right? So we've got the Trash Bingus scene, yeah, which is the new Trash Bingus winner scene, because it's like going to make it like a game show and all that. Do you know what I mean? And obviously we've got like the music, the exciting game show music, which is just from Banjo-Kazooie and, you know, all that other stuff. But also on top of that, what we got now is like, so we'll be listening to this, yeah? We're hearing the thing. Someone said that they've got a Bingus, and I'm looking and I'm checking the Bingus squares, yeah? And then I find out that they're a winner, and... Why did it break? Oh! I double pressed it. Anyway, listen. That's that, and I'm very excited about it. But I've got loads more. I've got loads more little bits and bobs to be doing in Trash Bingus as well, like that. So it's just really exciting for me. I can't wait. I can't wait for Trash Bingus next week. I think it's going to be incredible. So yeah, you got that to look forward to next Wednesday. Next Wednesday. Really cool. The games will be bad, but the stream will be good. That's how it is. Yeah, that's right, Husker. R.I.P. Aaron Bushnell. Well, I suppose let's get on with it, yeah? Let's get on with it, because I've been here for about 27 minutes. I'm always surprised with how long it takes me to actually, like, warm up and shit like that. But yeah, we're going to go into the politics section, so please, you know, be aware. Be ready for some bad takes. Hey, Zach, what's going on? Good to see you, man. I will be putting on my Ushanka for Zach, and I will also be shouting out the boy, because he's great. I was in his stream last night because he's a top lad, and you should go and check out his stream as well. Please go ahead and do that. There he is. Hey, Bass Junkie, good to see you. Long time no see. Sorry in the YouTube chat last week. How are you doing, friend? Yeah, so listen. We got lots of stuff to talk about. But the first thing we've got to talk about is Aaron Bushnell. Because this was something that was brought to our attention in the Red Planet chat yesterday. We thought it was a bit of a... I don't know. We thought someone had been hacked, essentially. So huge content warning in this bit for self-immolation. And obviously discussion of genocide, Palestine, and stuff like that. So, loved ones of Aaron Bushnell, 25, reached out to me today and gave me consent to post a blurred version of Bushnell's protest against genocide in Palestine. Not going to be playing this at all. This is not going to get played, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're not watching it. And what I would say to you is that you're not going to learn anything by watching it, right? As someone who watched it, I ended up watching it last night. It is extremely harrowing. I'll tell you what happened. The man set himself on fire. It was a self-immolation protest. And, yeah, you know, and literally, like, what else do you want me to say about it? He poured gasoline on himself and set himself on fire. And he died. There's nothing more to say. There's nothing more to say. I would argue he could have been saved. If you've seen the video, you'll know the reaction that the police had to this, which is obviously, oh, I actually don't know how to deal with this because I can't do my fucking job because I'm incompetent and I'm a cop. I'm a bastard. You know what I mean? So that's that, really. It was really shit. He could have been saved. He could have been saved if they weren't so concerned about him maybe having a bomb on him or something. You know, they were just pointing the fucking gun at him and then eventually put him out. But he died. He died today because he set himself on fire. And, you know, the guy stood there for as long as he possibly could, completely engulfed in flames, screaming free Palestine for as long as he could before the pain was too much and he couldn't do anything but scream. And it's harrowing. You're not going to learn anything by watching it. But for those that have seen it, what they will know is that this image will be burned into their memory for the rest of their lives. If you want my take on it, I do think it's kind of vile that we live in a world that demands that people have takes and opinions on stuff like this. Then here it is. Here it is anyway. This is the act of someone who felt completely disenfranchised and disempowered to do anything of anything meaningful about what's going on in Gaza, in anything that was going on in Palestine in general, and thought this is the best way, actually, that I can draw attention to what's going on. Yeah. I heard that the Secret Service was first to arrive and essentially draw guns. Well, you can't see who's there. But what you can see is that there are cops who have the guns drawn. Thank you for the follow. And I don't know whether they were I don't know whether they were FBI, CIA, or what. They have police right on the back, so that doesn't really strike me as Secret Service, FBI. There was one person who was screaming for a fire extinguisher. Anyway, I don't want to get bogged down in that shit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't actually matter. The man is dead. But you know, again, this person was driven to desperation in the only way that they could think would possibly bring about the most attention to this subject, so that people would know why he did it and why he felt so desperate and disenfranchised because of it. And it's ultimately really sad, but it was an extremely brave thing to do. Nobody in their right mind can be sat out here saying, like, this was a cowardly, suicidal, mentally ill idiot, because that is absolutely not the fucking case in any stretch of the imagination. Might have been suicidal. I don't think it matters, really. If you're driven to suicide by the inaction of a government that you have been part in, this guy was part of the army, part of the US Air Force, and he was complicit in killing Palestinians, from what I know, from what he said in the live stream. But I mean, that's of his own admission. I don't know any of the details. And I think if you're driven to suicide by that and you want your death to be something that is actually, like, powerful and useful and shit, then that's an incredibly brave and powerful thing to do, right? I accidentally scrolled past the unblurred version on Twitter and paused it just in time. I don't really need to see it to understand it. I'll never get the audio out of my head now. Yeah. If you've seen it, like, look, I'm lucky, innit? Do you know what I mean? I'm lucky because back in the day, when I was a fucking idiot kid and we had, like, unregulated internet. Well, not even really unregulated, just, like, early internet, where I was going on rotten.com and fucking steak and cheese and all that shit back in the day. So loads of people get killed and beheaded and all that kind of stuff. So I am luckily kind of desensitized to it, but it was still extremely harrowing and powerful and horrific. And I think the thing is that, like, I think I have, like, a couple of takes about that. Like, you know, people who sort of say, like, oh, we don't need to see that. And, like, oh, you know, it's a really violent and horrible way to kill yourself and this, that, and the other. I just think that that's, like, really comes from a place of privilege sometimes. I would argue that there's no reason to see it. I think the only people who need to see it are people who are belligerently discrediting Palestinians. You know, denying them of their self-determination, denying them of their right to exist as human beings. And people who haven't been doing anything. I think that's the only people who should see it, because at the end of the day, we are very privileged that we do not have to look at what is going on in Palestine. We're so lucky. Not just Palestine, but Somalia. What else? Every country where everyone is, like, you know what I mean? Like, fucking dying and getting fucked because of the imperialist machine. We're privileged that we don't have to see all that. We don't normally see it. You only see it if you really look for it. And if you do, and if you have been supporting Palestine and Palestinians, then you have been looking for it and you have seen it. You've seen the charred bodies of children. You've seen the charred bodies of everyone. The destruction of homes, the suffering, the white phosphorus, absolutely everything. The starvation, the dehydration. You've seen it all. Do you know what I mean? And so it's unnecessary for us, if we've been following it, to actually watch this. But this is, I believe, why Aaron probably did it. To draw attention to people who've never seen it. Because those cops, yeah, I don't give a fuck, like, I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Those cops aren't going to get rid of that memory anytime soon. And I think that's good. I think that's good for them. I think anyone who participates in the system should have to see this. Should have to look at it. You know? I think that's my take on it. There's not a lot to say, you know, this is still quite fresh in everybody's head. It's still quite fresh in my head. I might have some more connected thoughts about this later in the week, maybe. But it's tragic and it's awful. So, you know, this is what some people said about Aaron. He is one of the most principled comrades I've ever known, said Xylem, who worked with Bushnell to support San Antonio's unhoused residents. He's always trying to think about how we can actually achieve liberation for all with a smile on his face. Said Erico. Yeah, this is just really sad, man. Video is completely blurred due to graphic content. Yeah. I've just received word that Aaron Bushnell succumbed to his injuries. So I was thinking that there were, like, a bit more information, but from what we can gather, this guy was active in his community, in helping unhoused people, and this was his final sort of act of, like, I really want people to step up and do this shit. So basically, in case everybody doesn't know, people are just coming in and they don't know what's going down. Yeah, this guy self-immolated in front of the Israeli embassy. I believe it was the Israeli embassy in Washington D.C. Right. I'm just gonna switch this because I don't want y'all to see this image. It's a bit insane. It's a bit much. So this is a bunch of other stuff. Hey, Sorka, what's going on? Welcome in. So here's some more information, yeah? Yeah, by the way, this is also the second person to do this. Hi, Goblin Hugger. I don't know if I said hi to Valerie either. But hi, Valerie. What's going on? Thank you so much for the shout-out. Please go follow Gobs. They're amazing. The SS was so quick on the scene. The SS. Yeah, well, they are the SS, aren't they? Essentially. He seems to be trying to leave IT work for the Air Force and couldn't because of contract. I don't think that's true at all. I think he was in the Air Force. Or are you talking about the other way around? So this is the sort of crux of what happens. This is the description of the video. For a full minute, police unknown sector, maybe Fed or DC, see him say, "May I help you, sir?" And as he's on fire, scream at him to get on the ground, but do not otherwise engage. One cop appears with a gun drawn on the man after he collapses, still consumed by flames. One cop with a white shirt, maybe security, it's not clear, begins spraying him with a fire extinguisher. The cop with a gun remains stationary. White shirt yells, "I don't need guns, I need fire extinguishers." More cops arrive, as do EMTs. 3 fire extinguishers are used. It's unclear if the man is still alive. He possibly was. The white shirt who responded to first came across the device used to film the incident and made the video stop. "I'm about to engage in an extreme act of protest," he says calmly, walking down a street. "But compared to what people have been experiencing in Palestine at the hands of their colonizers, it's not extreme at all. This is what our ruling class has decided will be normal." He walks up to the driveway of the Israeli embassy, places his phone down to film, goes up to the driveway, dumps liquid from a metal water bottle over his head, tosses the bottle, places his uniform hat on his head. He pulls out a lighter from his pocket and struggles to light it. It's at this point off-screen security can be clearly heard saying, "Can I help you?" The person who self-immolated apparently emailed reporters this morning stating, "Today I'm planning to engage in extreme act of protest." So yeah, this is why this was posted to us at Red Planet. And we thought someone had been hacked, basically. Per DC and fire and EMS, he's hospitalized with life-threatening injuries. Well, we know he's unfortunately died now. Yeah. The still above is from a live broadcast on Twitch channel bearing no other videos, no subscribers. Seems to have been created for this video only. Video begins with him introducing himself, picking up the device he's filming on, which I believe is likely a phone. He's alone, walks past the embassy of Ghana, filming himself, speaking before at the driveway, later reported to be the Israeli embassy. Sets the device down. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. And Twitch has nuked the channel. So, there you go. That's that. Imagine keeping a gun drawn on a man literally burning to death. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're a cop, innit? Do you know what I mean? That's what happens when you're a cop. Now, I wanted to just draw attention to this from Gaming Disorder Porg. About self-immolation. Because I think this is really important to read. The Werther effect defense holds no weight here, as Thich Nhat Hanh explained in a June 1965 letter to MLK. Self-immolation is not suicide or even protest. It is a testament to one's resolve and the righteousness of one's belief, the ultimate expression of love for others, and I agree. I agree. So let's read this. The self-burning of Vietnamese Buddhist monks in 1963 is somehow difficult for the Western Christian conscience to understand. The press spoke then of suicide, but in essence, it is not. It is not even a protest. What the monks said in the letters they left before burning themselves aimed only at alarming, at moving the hearts of the oppressors, and at calling the attention of the world to the suffering endured then by the Vietnamese. To burn oneself by fire is to prove that what one is saying is of the utmost importance. There is nothing more painful than burning oneself. To say something while experiencing this kind of pain is to say it with the utmost of courage, frankness, determination, and sincerity. And Aaron Bushnell said it 3 times. Free Palestine. That's what he said. 3 times while he was on fire. Burning alive. Yeah. Let's read a bit more. Monk who burns himself has lost neither courage nor hope, nor does he desire non-existence. On the contrary, he's very courageous and hopeful and aspires for something good in the future. He does not think that he is destroying himself. He believes in the good fruition of his act of self-sacrifice for the sake of others. He said it again, he screamed in pain, and then he said it again, and then he couldn't do anything else but scream in pain. So, you know, this is the reality of the self-sacrifice of self-immolation. How do I say this? Reminds me of Chinnamasta, the Hindu goddess of self-sacrifice. Yeah. Utter hero. Utter fucking hero, chat. So, some other stuff here, and I just want to see if this is anything else that we can read about this guy. Loved ones of Aaron Bushnell reached out to me and gave me consent to post a blurred version. We're obviously not going to play this either. But they said, Aaron is the kindest, gentlest, silliest little kid in the Air Force, said Erico, who met Bushnell in 2022. Yeah, we already read this. Okay. All right. So there's nothing more to learn there, really. So that's Aaron Bushnell. You know, I'm just going to keep his name on the screen for a bit while we go through some Palestine stuff, while we have a look at the ICJ hearing of today. I think if there's one thing that you need to take from this chat, that is that we must continue to do as much work as possible to free Palestine. You know, even if you were very disconnected and disenfranchised from people suffering in the Middle East, people suffering in Gaza, people suffering in Palestine, then I hope what you can do is you can see someone who looks like you suffering in the same way that they did and act upon that. That is what was posted in the Red Planet Discord, Gumba Master, yeah. That is what that was. Yeah, we found out in the end. But let's read here what Alan Mizrahi says. People have no idea, really no idea, how much of an impenetrable bubble Israel is and how much of a success it is in terms of isolating its citizens from the outside world or humanity, really. The people you see getting water cannon tonight in Tel Aviv will put on uniforms tomorrow and kill 1 million Palestinians, if that's what they're told. No questions asked. He's referring to the quote-unquote liberal Israelis who want to see Netanyahu ousted, right? And they will feel victims while doing it. And they will come back home and make videos of why you are anti-Semites. Oh, and they are Israel's left wing, the most liberal Zionists. And actually socioeconomic nobility. They are the alternative to the radical right. But hey, seeing the States and the UK, maybe the entire West is undergoing spontaneous synchronized insanity. And I disagree. I wouldn't say that the... I know the UK is pretty fucking cringe, but you know, there's definitely less people in the UK who believe that Palestinians should just be getting killed for no reason, other than being Palestinian and being on that land. But I understand what he's saying. There's a kind of do nothing attitude in the West that is looking like insanity to everybody else. Which is why I think, actually, Aaron Bushnell doing what he did was like a big moment of clarity. I think he represents most people who are aware of this conflict, who feel like they can do absolutely fucking nothing. Nothing else to do anything. To stop the suffering of Palestinians, right? And I genuinely hope that his death isn't in vain, like all those who have been killed in this genocide. So that's that. And I think this was a great tweet, which is why I wanted to jump on it real quick. Next up, we got something from Zay Squirrel. Anat Schwartz. After being exposed as a genocidal maniac who wants to turn Gaza into a slaughterhouse, Holocaust Palestinians violate any norm and calling Palestinians human animals, the New York Times, Anat Schwartz, has scrubbed and locked her account, but it's too late now. So, who is this, right? One of the 3 authors of the New York Times mass rape atrocity propaganda hoax is Anat Schwartz. She liked posts for calling Gaza to be turned into a slaughterhouse. This is the person the New York Times hired to write about Palestinians and frame them as subhuman monsters. So any reporting that you've seen in the New York Times, there is that one particular article that Squirrel is referring to here. One of the authors of that, Anat Schwartz, is literally like, this fucking guy here, you know, saying this. Like she literally like this. If all the captives are not returned immediately, turn the strip into a slaughterhouse. If a hair falls from their head, execute security prisoners. Violate any norm on the way to victory for them to see and be seen. Violent, horrific, fascist scum. That's who that is. I have Anat Schwartz's entire account archived, and I have the screenshots of her likes added below. I can also send the saved file of her account to anyone who wants to verify it. If she will deny liking these posts, there is no hiding from this now. It's over. Let's see what we got here. So these are all the tweets that she's liked. We're not going to go through all of them, obviously. But let's see what she's liking here. One from Sarah Silverman here. This is going to be normal. My sister and nieces and nephews are there. They've been protesting Bibi for months. Fight for a two-state solution. Israelis are Jews and Arabs in all colors. There is so much complexity to this, but make no mistake, Hamas is a terror organization. Mission statement to kill. Some stuff in Hebrew here that I can't read. Yeah, that's that one that we read before. Hey, Rohamild. Would it be fair and okay to count Aaron among the murdered by the occupiers of Palestine? That's not for us to decide. That's for the people of Palestine to decide. If that's what they think, then that's what they think. It's not up to us to make that decision for them. But hi, Rohamild. How you doing? Good to see you. Basic minimal journalistic and ethical standards and integrity have been brazenly flouted. Anat Schwartz is not a journalist, has zero expertise, is related to co-author Adam Seller and has expressed explicit genocidal racist views of Palestinians. The New York Times has to answer for this. As I and others have detailed in the threads below, this is but the latest evidence exposing the New York Times quote-unquote mass rape piece as the most shoddy, depraved atrocity propaganda fabricated in modern history. So here's a tweet from January 29th. Yesterday it came out. The New York Times' Jeffrey Gettleman lied in his atrocity propaganda about mass rape. Now he has to come out with additional reporting. What does it consist of? Nothing. He just repeats his lies and links to a Guardian piece that copy-pasted his own article. This is standard Hasbro reporting. Standard Hasbro reporting, chat. Once again, Jeffrey Gettleman shows himself to be a Hitlerian propagandist, lying so brazenly and shamelessly that people wonder there must be some truth to it, right? I mean, he just linked to a Guardian piece. Ignore that the Guardian piece just copy-pasted his original lies. In order to cover his ass a little, after some internal criticism at the New York Times, what did Gettleman do? He found some expert to say, it's actually totally normal for a person to make up deranged fantasies and change their story over and over again. That's trauma. Okay, what? Oh my god, I can't show that. What was that? Okay, so this is just a thread. So that's an image. It's not sexual. Okay, it's not sexual. So this image is like apparently him. On October 7th, he posted this smiling selfie during October 7th, the same time he claims to have witnessed the rape, right? On October 9th, interview with I-24 News England, he never mentioned anything about sexual assault. All right, well, let's listen to this, chat.
Say to everyone to get away to the cars and take the cars and drive from there. Me and my friends, me and two of my friends, we was in the party and we are from this area, so we know that we regular to the rockets in this area of the country, and we decide to stay in the open area and lean near a tree or something like this because it's safer than be on the road. A lot of cars.
And by the way, if you're wondering, oh, this news channel that he's talking to, they will have said don't mention anything like that because it's too insane. No, this is I-24. I-24 News is that news channel that is a 24/7 absolutely absurd, genocidal, horrific, fascist news channel in Israel that has said all kinds of stuff. Like, never mind, you know, they've spoken about horrific stuff. And so they wouldn't have said to him, don't talk about this stuff, actually, it's too intense. They will have wanted him to have spoken about that if he was saying, this is what I saw.
And be like targets that can't move. The terrorists can see us and send all the rockets to there because there's a lot of people. So we was in the open area.
You saw the terrorists come to the party.
So after 40 minutes, something like this, my mother calls me and told me that terrorists are in Israel. And after a couple of seconds, I get a message from the news that it really happened. And after 1 minute, we heard a lot of...
Got officers in the US as well, yeah.
And the screams. And in this moment, we
I-24.
We're in trouble, so we decide to hide under the stage. Under the stage, we was something like 20 minutes, and after a couple of time, all the people that was in the road, what's happened there? All the terrorists came with a lot of cars from Gaza and do ambush for the...
Yeah, there appears to be a helicopter bringing in injured people. I think that's the loud noise that we're hearing. So, and then you ran away basically when you heard what was going on, and then you hid in a tunnel, basically in a ditch for 14 hours until soldiers came and found you.
Yes, that's what's happened. But
So my man says that he was at this Nova Music Festival in Ashkelon. He says that he hid under a stage for some time, and then he hid in a ditch for the rest of the day. Okay. That's what we're hearing.
I want to say that they do an ambush, and they came to the stage, and in this moment we run away to the open area. In the open area, we was something like 300 people from the party, and a lot of people near to me. I saw a lot of people get shot in the head, in the leg, in the body, and I saw a lot of bodies. And me and my friends were from a special unit.
That was the IDF. That was absolutely the fucking IDF that was doing that shit.
In the army, me and the one friend that I spoke on him, and we decided to go to the river. It was a dry river. We go to there because we thought it's a safety place, but we didn't know what the direction that we go to.
They just cut the fucking... They just cut the fucking shit. They just cut the fucking interview. Great stuff. Okay. What else we got here? So this is another video about him. He's on TikTok 2 days after. Never mentioned anything about seeing mass rape. Yeah, peace rave next to a concentration camp. Normal shit, normal country.
לא עברה דקה, התחילו יריות בכביש, אנחנו רצנו מתחת לבמה, התחבאנו שם, אחרי כמה זמן איזה מישהו צועק שהמחבלים מגיעים, דפקנו משם.
You know, there's like a lot of footage here of people just like getting away. This is like the most annoying shit about all of this that is like, you know, oh, we're at a peace rave, and then we hear gunfire from the road, so we're legging it. Alright, whatever, man. You wouldn't have been able to show people like getting shot on TikTok. I get it, I get it.
והם צוחקים עלינו תוך כדי. רצנו לתוך הנחל, בנחל ראינו שם איזה שיח, נשארנו בתוך השיח. היו סביבנו כל כך הרבה מחבלים שחזרו סביבנו כופר, אבל במזל הם פשוט לא ראו אותנו. ראינו מהשיח הזה אנשים נרצחים ונשחטים שם מסכינים.
Oh, hang on a minute, this is coming out new. We saw people slaughtered with knives, you didn't say that earlier. And I-25 will have been, sorry, I-24 will have been saying, tell us how people were killed. Tell us how people were killed. Tell us how many people you saw killed, you know? Is he reading shit? He looked like he was reading something just there. He genuinely looks like he's reading something. Hold up a hot minute, chat. I'm a YouTuber, innit? And I've used teleprompters before. And I'm not saying that you can't use a teleprompter if you've been through a traumatic experience like, you know, getting shot at by people. And you want to talk about that. You know, I'm not saying you can't do that. But what I am saying is it does kind of discredit you if you're a person who's supposed to have changed their story 5 million times of a story about witnessing mass rape. Well, what you've got to remember is that the Hasbara will have been all over this shit. The IDF will have been all over this shit. The Hasbara will have been all over this shit. They will have said, any survivors, any Israeli survivors, get them in touch with us. Right, here's what you say. Here's what you say what happened. Tell everybody about this. Tell everybody about that. Tell everybody about this. Doesn't matter if you didn't see it, just say it. Yeah? Yeah, Israel did say that they shot at those people. Yeah, they did. They admitted it. It's the fucking Hannibal Directive. It's just, it's literally there. You know? Anyway. He looks like there, when he looks there, that is the look. It's not just, oh, he's looking at a certain thing on the dashboard, right? It's that he's looking there, and it looks like he's fucking reading. People do this thing with their face when they're reading. And it's like, you know what I mean? You see how my face changes when I'm, like, reading something there? You know, you can see what it is. My man's reading. He's fucking reading, man. Load of shit, dog. A load of shit. October 29th. Interview with Radio Canada. Sorry, October 9th. Never mentioned anything about sexual assault. October 9th, interview with an Israeli newspaper. Mentioned women for the first time, but does not provide any specific details. Our boy forgot his lines, yeah. Today, Raz told the media that came to the Barzilai Medical Center about what happened on the scene of the incident and said, "We saw all the horrors that you can't even imagine. The terrorists grabbed women there and hurt them in every way possible. When they started finished carrying out their plan, they started slaughtering them in front of their friends and shooting some of them and people instead. It just doesn't make any sense." On October 10th interview with NewsHour, PBS NewsHour, he says that he saw terrorists rape many women, then kill with knives, then rape the dead. Right. Here's the first thing about this, chat, yeah? Let me just like... Let's say that there was a plan to commit sexual assault as a form of intimidation and violence during a liberation attempt that was like ill thought out and, you know... Let's say that there were some absolutely sick individuals who were involved in the October 7th liberation attempts from Palestine, from Gaza, yeah, to go out into the desert and do these things to women. Let's say that that was the case, right? It is simply not practical. It is not practical. Like, every single person, if you have tacticians, if you have strategists, if you have people who have been observing how the IOF operates, you would know that their response time is super quick, yeah? Let's say that, you know, in terms of like I don't fucking know. This was like an actual tactic they were going to use. They would not have time. They wouldn't have time to do that. You know what I mean? They would not have time. In any way, shape, or form. High sex pixels. Or let's not and pretend we did. Sorry, no idea what that's in reference to. I've got ADHD. No idea. It's the equivalent. I agree, Chloe. I agree. It's the equivalent of saying... The terrorists sat down and played Nintendo during the attack. That's literally what it's like. That's literally what it's like. Do you know what I mean? Oh, they did gang rape and then they killed those women and then they raped the dead bodies. Like, bro, you're saying first of all that they got to operate under duress, right? And I know that people who do sexual assault are turned on by certain things and it's different, yeah? But like, A, you got to get in there, do your business, get out. And then do it again when they're dead. All the while thinking IOF are on the way. You know what I mean? Like, you got fucking, like, John there being like, right, come on, Barry, crack on. IOF's going to be here in a bit. That's just not practical. It's not practical. The way that it dehumanizes them is that absolutely implies that that was their prime directive to do shit like that. Yeah? You got Rabbi Shmuley saying all this insane stuff like, they were cutting off breasts and fucking around with the breasts and, like, eating them and blah, blah, blah. insane to entertain the idea. Do you know what I mean? It's a joke. It's a joke. It's absolutely insane to even consider that was something that they were gonna do, that they were even gonna think about doing. You know what I mean? Rabbi Shmuley looking like a basted turkey with fucking what's-its tattooed, stuck to his face with super glue, and he's going they were shooting women in the pussy and cutting breasts off. It's like, hang on a minute, Steve, right? I know we've got to go over there and get more hostages, but actually, I just need to cut this woman's breast off. I need to get my knife that isn't sharp enough, probably, to cut through fucking breast tissue, which is all fat and fucking mammary glands and all that shit. It's not just like a bit of meat, yeah, that you could just go, zip. Even if it was meat, you'd be going, really? Hang on a minute, Steve. Just got to cut off these breasts. Just give me a sec, Steve. Just got to cut these breasts off before we go and get more hostages. Insane. Absolutely insane. It is all done to dehumanize Palestinian men who are, by and large, I'm not saying that they're the best men ever. I'm not saying that they never do misogyny or anything like that. The same as men everywhere. Literally the same as men everywhere. I would argue maybe a little better than men everywhere. Yeah, he's an emotion merchant. I agree, Sex Pixels. Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Al-Aqsa flood was specifically to get hostages. That was the plan, and the hostages they got. It's not something you take a break during. Exactly. Exactly. If you look at I saw someone watching IDF training videos. I think it was Electronic Intifada. Not IDF training videos. Hamas training videos. And what they do, is they go, when they're training, so they got a fake tank that they've made or that they've captured and they just have or whatever. And they're out there and they got the RPGs. They come out the hole, they run over to it, they shoot the RPG, and they're immediately, as soon as they pull the trigger, they're like, whoa, ready to go. Just ready to go. Right? Straight back in. Zoom, gone. Before the fucking rockets even left the bazooka arm shit. It's fuck off. They are not trained to dilly-dally. It's absurd to even consider that. Absolutely absurd. Given that pretty much every accusation has been an admission, I wonder if that's actually what the IOF was doing somewhere at some point. I don't doubt it for a second. At the end of the day, even if everything Israel said was true, it does not justify the actions that Israel has done. Right? Exactly. Has Shmuley walked any of that back yet? No, he wouldn't. I don't even need to research that to find out that definitely he hasn't. He absolutely hasn't. What's he gonna do? He's gonna go, oh well, I was lying. He's exaggerating, but we're just supposed to know that. I don't even think he cares. I think he's a genuine, horrific, piece of shit fascist bastard. Yeah, it's not his modus operandi. I agree, Sex Pixels. Yeah, I agree. So, there you go. Anyway, load of crap. But what do we got here? So this is this PBS NewsHour thing. So let's take a look at this real quick. Let's put that on 1.5 so we don't have to spend too much time on it.
Hostage. Nick Schifrin speaks to two survivors of this terror in the desert.
The dashcam footage may be silent, but speaks loudly of horror. A Hamas gunman taking a hostage, another ensuring a victim was dead. The awful aftermath of what had been an all-night party that became a nightmare for thousands, including Raz Cohen.
6 a.m. We start to hear all the rockets. We started to hear the gunshots and a lot of people screaming. We go to hide under the stage, the main stage of the festival. One of the people that hide with me see a terrorist and they told them.
Okay, listen, I just have one thing to say about this Nova Festival, by the way, right? I'm a DJ. In my circles, I know every single kind of festival and how it goes down. I'm not an expert, yeah, but I kind of know the type of clientele and I kind of know the vibe and this, that, and the other, yeah? From everything that I've seen of that Nova Festival, I can almost, without a shadow of a doubt, guarantee that they were doing cultural appropriation and racism there. And if anyone doesn't know what I mean, the kind of festival that Nova Festival looked like it was, calling itself like a peace festival, and all that kind of shit, but actually operating in occupied territory and all that kind of shit, yeah? I can guarantee without a shadow of a doubt they were doing, like, the fucking racist Native American thing, probably wearing Native American costumes and shit, and dancing around fires while doing that. I guarantee it, without a shadow of a doubt. I just had to get that out there because I wanted to say this for a long time, and I'm absolutely fucking convinced that that's what they were fucking doing there. Anyway, I'm not saying that people like that deserve to die. I'm just saying that I'm absolutely convinced. It just adds insult to injury. You know what I mean? It's just that kind of shit. Kind of looks like that, yeah. Yeah. Most of them were tripping on MDMA or even hallucinogens. Can you imagine the type of things someone partying in settlements hallucinates? Well, they probably hallucinate that they're the good guys, don't they? You don't need MDMA or hallucinogens to hit that. If you're if you're already like in a settlement, but like to actually go there and do that. Yeah, you're going to be hallucinating that you're doing the right thing and this is okay and everything's cool and based. Hallucinate titty footballs? Yeah, defo.
Everyone to run away, and that's what we did.
Hey, Carpe, what's going on? Can I get a shout out for Carpe Packs, please? Chloe?
And I saw people died in my eyes, I murder in my eyes. People get shot in the head, in the shoulder.
Imagine soccer.
We go to hide in a bush, a big bush in the creek, and we was in the bush something like 6 or 7 hours. A lot of terrorists.
Wait, hang on a minute. I'm pretty certain that in that previous interview he said 14 hours. In this one?
All the rockets started to. We heard all the rockets, and the policemen that we regular to the rockets can't move. The terrorists can see us and send all the rockets to there because there's a lot of people. So after 30 minutes, something like this. My mother calls me and told me that terrorists are in Israel, and after 1 minute, we started to hear a lot of shots and the screams, and in this moment we knew that we were in trouble, so we decided to hide under the stage. Under the stage, we was something like 20 minutes. And
yeah, he just repeated that. He literally repeated himself. He said he was under the stage for 30 minutes, and then he's under the stage for 20 minutes.
After a couple of time, all the people that was in the road, what's happened there? All the terrorists for the.
Yeah, there appears to be until soldiers came and
came to the stage, and in this moment we ran away to the open area. In the open area, we was something like 300 people from the party, and a lot of people near to me. I saw a lot of people get shot in the head, in the leg, in the body, and I saw a lot of bodies. And me and my friends were from a special unit in the army. Me and the one friend that I spoke on him, and we decided to go to the river. It was a dry river. We go to there because we thought it's a safety place, but we didn't know what's the direction that we go to.
Okay, yeah, he didn't actually say how long he was there for. I swear he said something like 14 hours earlier. But let's go to his shit here.
We start to hear all the rockets. We started to hear the gunshots.
I mean, the airs that he's doing, like the you know, all that shit. Like, for a start, I do that. And I've been doing this job for 6 years. So I'm not about to say this random guy who probably hasn't spoken to the media ever before, and English isn't his first language, is discredited by saying but I do agree that I think his writing is on the fly. I do think he's making it up as he goes along.
We go to hide under the stage, the main stage of the festival. One of the people that hide with me see a terrorist, and they told everyone to run away, and that's what we did. The terrorist.
I do have to say, if I saw a scene like that, I wouldn't be so calm telling it. Well, there's so much to it, right? There's so much to it. He's very calm. Like that first video, he was literally just like after the whole thing. I wouldn't want to be speaking to fucking news after something like that, you know? I just wouldn't want to be speaking to news about that.
Shoot on us, and I saw a lot of people died in my eyes. I murder in my eyes. People get shot in the head, in the shoulder. A lot of dead bodies. We go to hide in a bush.
In the shoulder, before he said in the leg.
Bush, a big bush in the creek, and we was in the bush something like 6 or 7 hours. A lot of
Hey Joe, what's going on?
Go around us and search for people to kill the terrorists. People from Gaza raped girls, and after they raped them, they killed them and murdered them with knives, or the opposite, kill. And after this rape, they did that. They laugh. They always laugh. I can't forget how they laugh in this situation.
His friend Maya.
Go on, how did they laugh? Why doesn't he show us how they laughed? If he can't forget how they laughed. Also, you wouldn't be... I really have to say, my man is smiling the entire time he's saying this. There's not one point where he's there going like, you know what I mean? Like that fucking like, what do they call it? The 1,000-yard stare after you've been through something super traumatic like that. I'm not saying he didn't see people die. I'm not saying that. You know, he lives in an occupied country. It's probably likely that he's seen people died or at least experiences rocket fire and shit like that most of his life that he's lived there or whatever. But honestly, you would find it hard to talk about this stuff. Like my man is literally, literally saying fucking all this stuff without, you know, without even remotely looking somber or anything like that. Planet Sega Saturn says, Netanyahu said that if all the communists in the US self-immolate while screaming Free Palestine, he will stop the bombardment of Gaza. What's your excuse? Do you not want peace? My excuse, Planet Sega Saturn, is that I'm having sex with your dad too much. I'm always having sex with your dad. I just can't stop having sex with your dad. Your dad, you know, we've tried to break it off, but your dad won't stop calling me. And, you know, it's just one of those things. Like, you know, he loves to get cream pied by me. My filthy communist nut is in your dad's arse every single night. And that's it. You know, that's it. Smartest leftist reply, imaginary sexual scenarios. No, I don't think you understand, dude. They're not imaginary. Like, I genuinely have sex with your dad every single night. I win, you lose. Well, no, I don't think you win anything, buddy, because I'm your stepdad now. And also now you're banned from the Twitch chat. So I'll see you later. Anyway. Might get to do a new stream thing for the troll. You know, I was thinking, I was like, something like that. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Whatever. It's whatever. I just think the way that guy was talking about self-immolation and like Aaron Bushnell, it didn't really warrant making it comedic or whatever. Damn, you're rejecting his kid. Well, this is just something you got to do. You know what I mean? Like, the guy's a conservative. He wants me to be a conservative parent, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Tough love, innit? You know what I mean? Ban my kid from my Twitch chat. Anyway. Hey, Gurik, how's it going? I saw the video of Aaron. It's so fucked. I want to cry. Yeah, well, you know, if you want to cry, cry. That's my best advice. Yeah, I saw it too. And if you want to cry, you should cry. That's my honest opinion. Because it's important to feel human about this stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's an appropriate response. It helps. Yeah. Thanks. Hey, listen, it's my pleasure. You know, if there's one thing that I try and pride myself on in this stream, it's anti-toxic masculinity stuff. You know what I mean? I see myself as the Hassan that's not toxic. You know what I mean? I haven't seen it yet. Probably will. Followed by a cry, most certainly. Co-host, I'm gonna go ahead and say what I've said to people earlier. Welcome to the stream. But a lot of crying since October. Look, if you know, people who have already seen the stuff that is going on in Gaza, especially if it's something that's made you cry, you don't need to see it. You don't need to see it, and it's not worth it. It will do a number on you. It did a number on me. It's done a number on a lot of people that I know. You don't need to see it because we've already seen it. We've already seen it happening to people in Gaza. The people who need to see it are the people who are not doing anything about anything. They're ignoring it. They're not even speaking to people that they know about it. Yeah? It is. It's better to protect your mental sanity. And I know that sounds sad. But yeah. Yeah. That girl a few days ago in a window, that one will haunt you. Yeah. Yeah, lots of hugs and love to the chat. You know? Just honestly, do your best to stay level about this stuff and, you know, honor his memory. At the end of the day, my man wouldn't have wanted you to cry about him, I don't think. I don't think that's what he wanted. I understand that you're not crying for him and sometimes you can't help it and shit like that. You're crying at the desperation of the situation, etc. Absolutely, I understand that. But I don't think he would have wanted people who were already engaged in the struggle in some way, as best they can. You know, my sort of outlet is being on here and educating people, you know, and doing my best to reach as wide an audience as possible about it. I've lost family members because of that. You know what I mean? I've lost my step brothers and my stepsister. Arguable, I didn't really lose much because they never really paid much interest in my life, but they're certainly people that are never going to speak to me again. Anyway, you know, honor his memory by doing shit. That's what I would say to you. Honor his memory by doing shit. Do stuff. Do anything you can. You know? Vote Mule's uncle for PM. Hey, Mort, how you doing? Welcome in. The people who need to see it are the people who are ignoring it as an act of privilege. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Knowing is good, but there is a degree to which some people get pulled into pathologically witnessing as much as they can and doing themselves a damage. That's been my mum since October, and it's taken a toll on her without accomplishing a commensurate good. It's important to be aware, not just getting pulled into spending all day forcing yourself to see every corpse and crying child is not it. On the plus side, my mum, and by extension the rest of my family, is on the right side of history here, which is nice. That is good, but I also agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying there, Sorka. Absolutely. I saw a friend at the weekend. Let's bring the tunes back in for a bit because we're chatting, yeah? I saw a friend at the weekend and he was... he's been messaging me. Don't speak to him very regularly. He's one of these friends that I've known a long time, growing up and stuff like that. He's a very good guy. He's a very good friend. He's definitely always been on the right side of history. And I met him in the park with his dogs. We were just fucking around with a ball, chilling out on Saturday. I was down in his area, so I gave him a ring, do you know what I mean? Because I know he's been talking about this stuff and he's been sending me voice notes and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I had a chat with him about it, and he was telling me about how he was getting so frustrated with his family not listening to what he was saying. And I just said to him, I said, bro, it's time to just put that energy somewhere else, you know what I mean? It's time to put that energy somewhere else. You know, he's already going to the protests every weekend. And he's a fantastic filmmaker. He's an absolutely incredible filmmaker and producer. And I said to him, you've just got to put that energy into doing something like that, but for this. You know, that's your skill set, that's your place in this struggle, and you've got to try and do that. And he was like, yeah, that's the plan. So, you know, and that's what I'd say to that's what I would say to anybody. Whatever you think your best skill is, do it, and somehow make it work with what's going on in order to bring awareness to it, in order to do direct action or something like that. Completely legally, by the way. I would never encourage anyone to break the law. So you know, but that's what I would advise everybody to do. So, yeah, just a little bit there. I had to stop watching the TV at some point. Newscast, they were doing a number on my mental health. Yeah, it'll do a number on you. And you know, don't search out this video just to watch it. Just know that he suffered greatly to make the entire world aware of a thing that is very important. The law is moral, isn't it, co-host? Which is why I said what I said. Nothing to do with Twitch terms of service. Yeah. Don't feel bad for not watching it. Essentially, what I'm saying is, don't feel bad for not watching it, missing it. Just learn about him. You know what I mean? You can go on that thread. You know what I should do? You know what I'll do? Let me find the thread and I'll post it in the chat. There we go. I mean, this is a blurred version, so I would also say don't watch that. You know, there's a still image here. It's just watching the entire thing is like very, very, very upsetting. So I would say don't listen to it, don't watch it. If you're gonna watch it, you're gonna watch it. I can't stop you, but check out this thread about the situation. You know, that's what you should do. That's what you should do. That's the best thing that you could do for your own mental health, in my opinion. That's just in my opinion. So there you go. All I have to say is that when this gets ignored and is lost in a news cycle in a week, the escalation will be very unpleasant, and people have been warned. Oh, no, absolutely. There are people who are going to... Listen, you know, man, it's only a matter of fucking time, innit? It's only a matter of time before someone does something more extreme, shall we say. I'm not going to say what I think, because, you know, this is my full-time job. I don't want to risk getting banned or anything like that. But, you know, I don't understand what people will be expecting. If people start to do more extreme shit when people have been ignored and people have seen that Aaron Bushnell has been being ignored, it's only going to get more fucking intense. And that's not a threat. I'm not threatening anything. I'm just commentating on what's going to happen. History tells us this. History fucking tells us this. You know, we were literally learning earlier about some of the Buddhist monks who self-immolated in protest of what was going on in colonial Vietnam. Yeah, that's right, Mort. Yeah. It's an observation based on history. Exactly, yeah, jinx. Yeah. Jinx, no backsies. Jinx. Double jinx. Padlock. Anyway, so there you go. Anyway, let's crack on. Yeah, the riot is no longer loud enough as far as the language of the unheard goes. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Anyway, oh, I can't believe I've just fucking done that. Give me a sec. I always do this. I always try and like click on people's emotes when I see one that I want to get. I click on it, and because of how I've got the Twitch chat set up, it never actually shows me the channel. That's really annoying. I was doing a deep dive on self-immolations yesterday. Did you know there was a wave of fascist self-immolations in protest of the USSR? I did not know that, but that's very funny, isn't it? That's very funny. Mort says that may be too far. I'd probably advise against self-harm. Well, you know what, Mort? I'm glad that we're all here to hear your expert opinion on the matter. I don't know, it made me feel conflicted. Okay. You know? Alright. Whatever, man. However you want to feel about him is fine, but, I don't know, man. I think that's pretty fucking funny. Anyway. So a good thread of reactions from Yemen to Aaron Bushnell's act. Okay, I gotta see that, Adam. I gotta see that, Doug. You got a link to that? Can you get me a link to that real quick? Looking into it. Yeah, looking into this. Anyway, right, listen. Okay. We're talking about this guy and how he's fucking lied. You got a link? Let's see this. I gotta check this out. I gave him a permit. What's going on? Why did that happen? What the fuck? All right, I'll post it in the chat for everyone. There you go. Reactions from Yemen to Aaron Bushnell's act of self-immolation. Humanity knows no religion or... Oh, man, I'm going to cry. I'm going to start crying. I can feel it behind my eyes, chat. I already know. May God have mercy on him and accept him as a martyr along with all the martyrs of Gaza. Shame and shame on the Arabs and Muslims in countries other than Yemen who did not even go out in demonstrations. An American working in the US Army, a pilot, burned himself in front of the Zionist embassy in Washington, rejecting the massacres in Gaza, while some Zionist Arabs devoid of honor and manliness bless these massacres against our people and children in Gaza. Aaron is the greatest. Allah is the greatest. By God, his shoelaces are greater than those of Arab rulers. This one has a better conscience than the Arabs who watched the massacre in Gaza and did nothing. Holy shit. The soldier is worth 1,000. Oh, man. I'm not like ashamed to cry and stopping it. That's not what I'm doing here. It's just that I've got to try and do my job. You know what I mean? I've got to try and do my job. The soldier is worth 1,000 Arab rulers. Thanks a lot. You have the honor of sacrificing your soul for the sake of conscience and humanity. I swear to God that you're in the hearts of all the free people in the world. God damn, he is. God damn, he is. The PFLP sent out a message of support and sympathy for Aaron and his family. So fucking powerful, this shit. This American pilot who sacrificed himself in order to stop the war of the genocide in Gaza to heaven, and all the Arab rulers, intellectuals, and scholars who abandoned Gaza to hell. How miserable the patient is. Humanity and its values are the highest level of religion, and what comes after that are just offshoots. Didn't he, may God's prayers and peace be upon him, say that demolishing the Kaaba stone by stone is better than shedding the blood of a Muslim? Hey, Easel Cat, what's going on? Yeah, actual good American. Actual good American. Oh, the US keeps vetoing everything. There are lots of countries who want to do something using the means that they have, which is the joke of the UN. But the US keeps vetoing them, innit? They're calling him Harun al-Amriki instead of the Arab transliteration of Anglophone Aaron. Harun is a name that carries tremendous honor in the Islamic tradition. That's true. That's actually true. American Aaron, who refused to be annihilated and did not stand by. Rather, he took a practical stance, ignited himself, gave his soul to deliver the message of rejection to all corners of the globe. From his position in the American army, he sent his message to the silent Arab and Islamic armies that the fire of this world is easier for you than the fire of the afterlife, and there is no excuse for everyone before God. May God have mercy on you and make you dwell in the highest gardens of bliss. Congratulations to you, and may God curse the Arabs, their rulers, and the humiliated peoples who did not take any stance. The American pilot who sacrificed himself for Gaza, may God have mercy on him. May God curse Zionist Arab rulers. A tribute to this... Oh, man. A tribute to this gallant American pilot. He wanted to deliver a message in his own way. Is there a man in this world to stop the Zionists from their orgy and crimes against humanity? This young man is more honorable and loyal than all Arab rulers. Yes to the gardens of eternity, O Lord. Some Yemenis are urging their political officials to install a giant portrait of Aaron on Sabain Square, the largest public square in the Yemeni capital, Sana'a. Regret, Abdul Ghanib, that I ask you to serve by virtue of your position and make your evening on the social networking site or on the ground to make this American soldier celebrate or upload a photo on the 70th and dedicate a whole day to him with the presence of the masses. This will be a strong message to the enemies. Between you and me, I swear to God, he is a hero. If he were a Jew, he is better than the mercenaries. God imitates you, you speak the truth. Yemenis have shown true humanity and appreciation. Shame on everyone else making fun of Aaron's death. Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was deep, but I think important to read, you know? People have seen him as a martyr of Gaza. So, I think that answers your question, you know? I think that does answer the question that we saw earlier in the chat about can we consider this guy a martyr? Yeah. For real. He died for the cause, right? That's what the Yemenis are saying anyway. Yet to see what anyone in Palestine and Gaza are saying, but I think that's a pretty good, indication of what people are thinking. So anyway, let's go back to this horrific fucking piece of shit line about mass rape on October 7th. Yeah, that's what we're actually doing for those of you that just came in. You know, we've gone from something incredibly wonderful and beautiful and powerful to something just fucking gross. This is Raz Cohen, if you don't know. It's disgusting piece of shit who's lied multiple times about what happened on October 7th. Changed his story so many times. So in this one, he was saying that, like, he saw terrorists, quote unquote, excuse me, kill women with knives and rape them, like, and we just pretty much debunked why that's so dumb. But then we got this one, October 11th. He said they saw the terrorists rape many women and then kill with knives. We don't need to keep watching this shit. December 19th, my birthday. Israel Foreign Ministry posts this interview with Khan News. He says he saw 5 terrorists semicircle a woman. He said a person rapes her and she stops moving and the rape continues. Obviously bollocks. December 28th interview. So here's the thing, you know, here's what I want to say. He says he saw this as well, right? He says he saw this as well. And he's also said that he was at the music festival for 20 minutes. He hid under the stage for 20 minutes, right? Hid under the stage for 20 minutes, and then, a couple of minutes later, legged it. And he said that on the way there, he saw people getting shot. And then he said he was in this bush near a creek, yeah, for 6 to 7 hours, hiding, right? Now, how the fuck are you watching someone get sexually assaulted for that long? And you know, I'm not saying like, oh, if you've not got a weapon and these guys have got guns, you're gonna do anything about it. But at the same time, it's like, dude, you watched that? You actually watched it? Fucking mental, absolutely mental. I just don't believe it. I simply don't believe it. I don't believe that it would be practical from anyone from the Al-Aqsa flood operation to have done that. I don't think it would be practical at all. And I also think that it wouldn't have been practical for him if he was in any danger to put himself in more danger by raising his head above a parapet to witness that. So I just don't believe it. Hey, Crystal, what's going on? December 28th interview in New York Times. He said he saw 5 civilians semicircle a woman. He said a person rapes her. Okay. January 4th interview with CNN. He said he saw 5 Gaza civilians come out of a white van and rape a single woman and knife her to death. Then continue to rape her. Then laugh. Then run after a couple and murdered them too. He starred in a December fashion show of October 7th survivors. What? Pardon me? Yeah, I think you're right, Stalker. Yeah. I did pour some water. I did. Okay, so first of all, December fashion show. So they put him in the worst drip imaginable. The worst drip imaginable. And that was fashion.
הבט קדימה. הנה הארץ המובטחת פרוסה לפניך.
Israel's an insane country, man. Just an absolutely fucking insane country.
מנגד תראה את הארץ, ושמה לא תבוא. תפקידך הסתיים. שלום.
Bro, what the fuck is happening? He's in a fancy restaurant bathroom. I know, Sorka. Being a victim of a terrorist attack and then taking part in a fashion show based around the terrorist attack you supposedly survived. Just what is going on? Oh, that's why it's bad. That's why it's bad. The fucking text isn't even aligned properly. It's not even aligned properly. That's what I think of that. That's what I think of that, man. Jesus Christ, that is insane. In summary, there are good reasons to doubt the credibility of Rex Cohen. And no identified rape victims, no physical evidence, no rape kits, no semen, no DNA samples, no autopsies. There's absolutely no forensic evidence at all. Okay, well, there you go. Bit of that. Bit of that. Hey, Moss World, looks like the letters you stick on your mailbox. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. Next up, we got a video from Kerno Demo. I've just found this channel, so if any of you know Kerno Demo, and he's an horrible bastard or whatever, then fair enough. Sorry about that. Didn't know. But he's made a video saying UN just made a massive announcement on arms export to Israel, and that was 2 days ago. It's United Nations, so I'm not really holding up any kind of hope for this being good or whatever. But let's see what he's got to say. Pinning this at the top of the YouTube chat. Go like, go subscribe, go comment if you like. It is possible that, you know, this guy might be a wrong un. Don't know. Don't hold me to account on that. Anyway. Site's muted, isn't it? Yeah, okay, cool.
For genocide having been demonstrated. Still to be judged on the merits of their case, of course.
Hey, Kasona Fun, how's it going? Could I get a shout out for Kasona Fun, please?
Back on January 26th. And given that Israel have not followed any of them, indeed they have arrogantly boasted that they will take no notice of them, it is pretty clear that they are violating international law and don't care who calls it out, because they'll just turn around to their accusers and infer they are terrorist sympathisers and anti-Semites.
Come wear this stuff made in an afternoon and we'll film in my half-finished basement. Yeah.
ICJ is, of course, a branch of. Have issued a statement that every country still supplying arms to Israel really needs to sit up and take notice of. Right, so Israel and those provisional orders that the International Court of Justice laid down last month. Israel said they'd ignore them, and it seems they very much have. Israel have until Monday to report to the ICJ on what they've done to meet the terms of this legal ruling, and well, it doesn't look like they're going to be too bothered to send anything in.
As far as we know, they've not sent anything in. I think this is the case. Today was the deadline for them to make a report to the ICJ. So yeah, I think it's safe to say that probably shit.
The dog ate our homework.
Probably same shit.
But it isn't so much what Israel are not doing right now that is at the crux of this new United Nations statement, but those aiding and abetting them instead. Those providing Israel with weaponry and military aid, because this statement is a none too subtle shot across their bows to reconsider what they are doing. This statement has come from the OHCHR, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, which has basically demanded arms sales to Israel stop immediately. The UN telling all nations selling arms to Israel cease with immediate effect. Here's part of what it says. Any transfer of weapons or ammunition to Israel that would be used in Gaza is likely to violate international humanitarian law and must cease immediately, UN experts warn today.
Go follow Kasona Fun, everyone. He's great.
Show respect for international humanitarian law by parties to an armed conflict, as required by 1949 Geneva Conventions and customary international law, the experts said. States must accordingly refrain from transferring any weapon or ammunition or parts for them if it is expected.
Wait, what? I had to take a minute to find the video and we're past the moments. You probably won't want... No, I want the link. No, I want the link. I want the link, Husker. Are you joking? The October 7th Survivor fashion show reminded me when Israel later held a rave in the exact same place with 0 ravers. Oh, that's right. I remember seeing this, yeah. No, absolutely. This was fucking mental. This was fucking mental. Asher Swisser audio-visual display at the Rhyme site Nova. So this is exactly where where the Nova Festival was. There was just a DJ and no one there, yeah. Which doesn't make any sense, because, like, if no one's there, why is the DJ there? Excuse me. You can see a drone in the background there. I don't know if that's a drone to film this actual thing, or if it's a Israeli fucking death drone. Imagine DJing for a fake rave for genocide. Yeah, couldn't be me. Literally couldn't be me. This is the most insane thing ever. Oh my god. Oh, this is so insane. I can't fucking deal with this shit, chat. DJ's loving it. You know why the DJ's loving it? Because this is mad big for him. This is like huge. This ain't real, no way. Oh, it's real, all right. Literally trying to make it like a promo video for an actual music festival, innit? This is so fucking unhinged. It's like having those people's heads on stakes. That is what it feels like, yeah. This is crazy, man. Most normal concert a Zionist DJ's ever played. Least arranged Zionist DJ. This is so mental. He's gesturing at the photos. That's right. It is. It's emotional manipulation, but it's also like, you know, when people talk about Israel, and I think I'm probably guilty of this. It is awful. Yeah, I know. When people talk about Israel, I think they think that it's like a country with some normal people in it. And there are, because we've like spoken to one on Red Planet. We literally spoken to a young Israeli person who is involved in supporting people who refuse IOF service and supporting, you know, people. We actually spoke to Bambi Kubo on October 7th. Well, Kira did. And they said, yeah, I was doing watch for some people in the West Bank, and some settlers moved in straight away and beat the shit out of me and shit like that, you know? It's very rare that you find people who are normal. Did they put sunflowers there for like a weird Ukraine crossover? Or is that like a Ukraine thing? I don't know anything about that. I don't know shit about that. Blandest set I've ever heard. Yeah, very basic shit tunes. If they're using the Mexico ofrenda flowers, we're going to have a problem. Oh my god. Yeah, you said earlier, Guriki, does anyone know Mexico's stance on this? Asking as a Latino who doesn't understand big words. Yeah, I don't know offhand. Yo, hold up. What if, let's see. Mexico on this list? Doesn't look like it. South Africa... Yeah, it looks like Mexico is staying pretty neutral in what's going on. I don't know if there's been like a statement or anything like that. I'm sure if you Googled it, something would come up in it. I'm sure if you Googled it, something would come up. Yeah. It is emotional manipulation. That's the only thing. Like, and again, what I was trying to say about Israel being like not a normal country. This is 19 minutes of just this. 19 minutes. Mexico seems to favor a two-state solution. So, like, what's happening now? Cool. Cool, Mexico. That's cool. This is crazy, man. I did not know it was 19. Did the tunes get any better? No, they don't. They actually don't. This is the problem with fascism, right? This is the problem when, like this guy's probably making, you know, Zionist tunes. Or the people that have sent him tunes are like Zionist tunes in it, right? And that's the problem with fascism. Like, it's just got no actual art about it at all. The vibes are so off. Like, this is what I'm saying. It's not normal. This is actually, you know, people were engaging in that Starship Troopers discourse a few weeks ago, innit? Or like maybe even a few days ago. And it's like they don't get it. They don't get, but this is fucking Starship Troopers shit. Mexico recognized Palestine as a state last year. Oh, well, that's pretty based anyway. That's pretty good. That's good. You can work with that, right? Spain's not much better. Hey, listen, Mendiza. Try being British, innit? Try being British. You don't want to know what I think of my government. Well, you know, you probably do. That's probably why you're here. But we'll get there. Don't worry. We'll get there. The only bugs I hunt are in my apartment. Yeah, good. That's good shit. Hey, Gasparancia, how you doing? Welcome in. Bugs again. Hey, listen, it's all right. You know what I mean? I've learned to deal with it. Coping mechanisms. This is my coping mechanism, and then it became my job, and so now I have to find coping mechanisms for my coping mechanism. Incredible. This is nuts. I can't believe this shit, man. Genuinely can't believe this shit. Guy is just like, you know, and you know what this is, don't you, chat? This thing around this guy's neck, like a stolen keffiyeh design. Because I don't know if anyone knows this, but Israel literally continuously and consistently has stolen Palestinian culture and warped it into something else and tried to make it their own. And that's what this guy's wearing here. It's like a shit, bland, only orange keffiyeh. You would never see someone Falastini with this fucking garbage drip. You would never see it. You would simply never fucking see it. Classic colonizer behavior. So deeply annoying and cringe. You know, trying to say, like, for a long time, yeah, I was bare confused when I was growing up because my Jewish, he's a Zionist as well. He's not just Jewish, but my Jewish stepdad used to, like, buzz off hummus, like, love hummus and love, like, various different Middle Eastern foods to the point where I was like, oh, they keep talking about Israel. Like, is this from Israel? It's, like, Israeli food and that. And then they spoke about, like, the hora, like, dancing the hora, and it's like, that's Israeli folk dancing and shit like that. And it's like, nah, man, it's just, like, all stolen shit. Like, the hora is a dance that Eastern Europeans dance, like, various different Eastern Europeans, including Romani people. And then on top of that, like, hummus is, like, literally Palestinian, literally Iranian, like, Lebanese, whatever. You know what I mean? Crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Like, that fucking, like, colonizer message is so strong, it's absolutely fucked. I've also noticed, yeah, that there are some images of some of these people on the back of what appear to be speakers. What is fucking happening here? And also, by the way, is this supposed to be everybody that died? Yeah? Is this supposed to be everybody that died at the Nova Festival? Because this isn't really, like, matching up with the numbers that Israel is saying again, by the way. I'm not Jewish, but I DJ'd bar mitzvahs a long time ago in the 90s. Yeah, that's fair enough. You know? A bar mitzvah doesn't necessarily mean a Zionist bar mitzvah, does it? Shout out to his family, energy, but worse. Hey, Maxwell Polikoff, how you doing? What if you stream some video games to let off some steam? I stream on the first Wednesday of every month. So next Wednesday, yeah, got this to look forward to. A bunch of garbage, shitty games. And we play bingo. with it. So stick around for that. It's very fun. Enjoy it a lot. You will. I'm Yoda now. And also, you get to win games. You also get to win games. And if we hit, the £600 dono goal before the end of this month, we will be having an educational game stream, bonus stream next month. And actually, this Friday, because the incentive was hit last month, the dono goal, and I was supposed to be doing something else, but I don't think it's going to work out, or we're not going to be able to do it for quite a while. We're going to be able to, I'm going to play some video games this Friday. I'm going to be playing Home Safety Hotline. So yeah, stick around for that. Make sure you get it in your diary, unless you're a normal person and you're going out and socializing with people and stuff. Anyway, been hunting for a good olive tapenade lately, and I got really disappointed. The only brand they have is Sabre, which I'm not touching. Making it myself is going to be expensive. Damn, that sucks, man. Gonna miss Bingus to go see Enslaved and Svalbard. Adam, it's gonna be the new Bingus as well. It's gonna be the new. Look, I got all these scenes. Look, you were here anyway, but I'm gonna show you anyway. I'm gonna show all the new people. Look, we got this, and we got the music, you know, and then we got the winner thing, all that. I can't believe it. I can't believe you've done this for me. To me, not for me, to me. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's get back. Yeah, we got some new scenes. We got all sorts of stuff. We got this. We got this. Loads of stuff. Loads of stuff. Got loads of stuff now. We got this.
That's pissed.
We got that. You know, the streams, it's growing, it's evolving every day, every week. Anyway, I've been lurking, but I hate that this Triumph for the Will is a synth beat. It will be studied when Palestine is free. It will be studied, won't it? Yeah, it will. Fill those buttons with farts and buzzers. Yeah, it's what you want, right? It's what you want. It's what you want. Missed the last one because you started at like 11:30 and I was like, nah, I'm sleeping. You're Bingus deprived. I'm so sorry, yeah. So sorry. Do you have a wetter fart sound? I don't, actually. I don't. But, you know. We're always evolving. We're always evolving. All right, Mendoza. Thanks so much for hanging out. See you later. Anyway, yeah, so this is Unhinged, and I'm not going to spend any more time on it because what are we going to learn from that? Probably nothing. We were watching this video.
Given the facts or past patterns of behaviour, that they would be used to violate international law. Such transfers are prohibited even if the exporting state does not intend the arms to be used in violation of the law, or does not know with certainty that they would be used in such a way, as long as there is a clear risk, they said. Over 29,313 Palestinians have been killed and 69,333 injured in Gaza since the 7th of October 20...
Okay, chat, I got to feed him. He's on raw food now. I don't know if I told anybody. Did I tell anyone? Feeding him raw food. And he seems to like it. So, that's pretty good, I hope. Not sure. I'm going to go and see if it's defrosted anyway. All right, I'm back. You know what, chat? He fucking loves that fucking raw food, you know. It's crazy. I got like, I got this like neck stuff. It's from a company called Bella and Duke. Hey, GD Pack NW. Yeah, raw small Tom. It's called Bella and Duke, and it was pretty affordable. You get like £27. You just have to pay £27 for the first lot of meals. It's like 40 days of food. And it's got all of it, all the shit that he needs in it, you know, all the nutrients and shit like that. Like, if you look, like, I've been watching Jackson Galaxy, you know what I mean? Been watching Jackson Galaxy, and he's like, read the back of your cat food stuff. And you read the back of it, the stuff I've been feeding him, which is Felix as good as it looks, right? Felix as good as it looks stuff. And reading the back of it, and it's like 14% chicken on the chicken one. And then it's like 5% grain, 3% ash. Like, what is that? Ash? I don't know. But ash is on this stuff anyway, so ash can't be that bad. It's like trace stuff, trace chemicals or stuff that has to be there. But like, you know, it's just so odd. It's just so odd. And I've tried to switch him over on different foods before, and he's very fussy. So I was like, do you know what? Not gonna force him into this. I'm gonna try different bits. I'm ready to sacrifice a couple of meals that I just like have to throw away because he won't eat if I've done it whatever differently or something. And you know, in a way that he doesn't like mixed it up or something like that. And ash is probably animal bone ash. Well, this actually just has like actual ash, actual bone in it. It's got actual ground up bone because he was eating it before and he was kind of spitting out the bones. He wasn't really eating the bones because I guess he's not used to it. And it's like, okay, yeah, I can understand. I can understand that for sure. So I don't know if it's animal bone. The ash is something different. So anyway, normally I have to really try hard to get him to eat other foods. But all I did was I put one bowl down with this new stuff in and one bowl down with his other stuff in it. And before he even tried to finish the first bowl, he was twatting the other one. Absolutely destroying it. My dogs eat that, and he eats most of it most of the time. Emily and Duke. I certainly hope it's animal bone, yeah. Literal ash, probably for potassium and some other trace minerals. That's what it's for, yeah. Tried to get my former cat on a weight loss diet with low-calorie food. The first time I gave it him, he just took a shit right next to his food bowl. That's pretty funny. Ash is an indicator of mineral levels in pet food. Same for flour, too. Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, this stuff is like, you look at the stuff on the back and it's like 90% chicken. And then the rest of it is like taurine, offal, you know, a bit of added calcium and phosphorus, bone broth, shit like that, you know? Really good. I'm the Duke of Emily and Duke. Oh, yeah, it's a joke. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm like, wait, what? We decided he was beautiful just the way he is. Yeah, defo. Yeah, there's taurine in Monster Energy. Yeah, there's taurine in most, like, you know, pies. If you eat steak and kidney pie, it's got taurine in it. Good for you. It's good for you. Probably not good for you in energy drinks. You know? People used to joke and say that it was bull piss. Because it came in Red Bull. Taurus, urine. Like a portmanteau of those words. Anyway. I'm done with cat talk now. If you're sick of cat talk, sorry. Sorry about that. Naptaker says, "What's taurine?" Yes, it's bull piss. No, I'm joking. It's like a mineral or a something. I don't know. Fuck it, let's Google it. Let's Google it. Tell you what, chat, you know, we're live right now. Let's Google it. What is taurine? Hey, Joe, what's going on? Got the taurine being bull piss, Joe? Yeah, bull semen. It's a chemical called an amino sulfonic acid. It occurs naturally in the body. The best food sources are meat, fish, and eggs. There you go. Yeah, amino acid. Yeah, there you go. Good for you in regular quantities, not in the ridiculous quantities that are in energy drink. That's true. But you were saying Tory like the Tory party. No, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that we're not talking about that. Anyway, listen, let's crack on with this video. This is Kerno Dave talking about the UN announcement on arms exports to Israel. So let's go.
The majority being women and children. Israel has repeatedly failed to comply with international law, the experts say. The experts noted that states parties to the Arms Trade Treaty have
paint some Warhammer. Oh, cool.
Deny arms exports.
Enjoy it, Joe.
They know that the arms would be used to commit international crimes, or if there is an overriding risk that the arms transferred could be used to commit serious violations of humanitarian law. European Union member states are further bound by EU arms export control law. The need for an arms embargo...
Buddy, you've just had a massive scran. Don't meow at me.
Justice's ruling on the 26th of January.
Yeah, we got to get this guy a better mic. Support Kerno Dave. Support Kerno Dave live stream. Do a live stream for him, you know.
2024, that there is a plausible risk of genocide in Gaza and the continuing serious harms to civilians since then, the experts say.
You know, this is the thing. Like in that Norman Finkelstein and Rabbi Shmuley debate that we watched, Norman kept talking about the ICJ's ruling, which said there's a plausible risk of genocide. And that Rabbi Shmuley guy was consistently going, no, they didn't say that. No one said that. They said that it wasn't true, blah, blah, blah. I mean, he told on himself in the end and he said something stupid. I can't remember, right? I can't remember what it was that he said, but it was really stupid. He said something along the lines of, there is no evidence to say that the ICJ didn't rule on this. And it's like, no, that's correct. That's what we've been telling you this whole time, you idiot. Because he just doesn't think about what he's saying. He just says whatever he wants. And, yeah, but, you know, it's true. And that's the problem with, you know, you get gaslit by this fucking media. You get gaslit by this manufacturing of consent. I mean, that's what gaslighting is. It's just someone repeating information that's made up to you over and over and over again without presenting any evidence for it and just calling you like a piece of shit for not accepting it, saying that you're anti-Semitic, saying that you're like horrible and nasty and all that stuff, just keeping on saying it, and eventually you go, oh, maybe it is, maybe it is me that's the problem. Okay, this is going to sound a bit ignorant, but hey, who cares? What exactly is Israel doing to Palestine and why? Talk to me like I'm 5. Okay, I'm way ahead of you. Yeah. Oh, God. Right, well, this will just take me to my full stream channel. I'm way ahead of you. Yeah. Shush. This is a stream that I did for anyone that I kind of anticipated would be asking this question. And it's all there. Yeah? 5 hours of it. Go watch it when you get time. The Cliff Notes are its colonialism, genocide, ethnic cleansing, torture, rape, displacement for nearly 100 years. That's what's going down. If you want the more detailed version, I talk about most of it here, starting at the very start, all the way for an hour in, talking about what is Zionism, all the way up to like 2 hours in. Is it anti-Semitic to denounce Israel for what they're doing? Modern contemporary analysis, and then finishing off with some stuff that I didn't manage to do, but like loads of different stuff. So there you go. If anyone ever needs to check that out, go and look at it. Please give me a like and a comment and a subscribe because it helps me out on my VOD channel, helps people see it. 212 views is pretty good for the VOD channel. Not going to lie. It's one of my better performing videos on there. So, yeah. Yeah, Yeah, its entire existence is a genocidal colony in the Middle East. That's right. Yeah, there you go. And I don't think that was ignorant at all. I think the implication of you asking that question disproves any ignorance that people might try and say that you have. Because, yeah, if you're asking questions about it, I don't think that's ignorant. There's innocent ignorance, which I think is something that you displayed there in going like, I'm just going to be honest, I don't know what's going on, right? And that's pretty fucking based of you. Not going to lie. Okay, so where are we up to now? Let's get rid of that. All right, let's finish watching this, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The Genocide Convention of 1948 requires states parties to employ all means reasonably available to them to prevent genocide in another state as far as possible. This necessitates halting arms exports in the present circumstances, the experts said. The experts welcomed the...
It seems odd to specify serious violations. Would minor violations be exempt? So let's go back there a little bit. Used to commit serious violations of international humanitarian law. No, I don't think it's implying that there are like a two-tiered high-grade, low-grade version of violations of international law. I think they're using the word here serious in like, we need to take this seriously because unfortunately nobody is. Nobody is being serious about it. But I understand what you mean. I do hate the language that they use. I genuinely hate the language that they use. Also, welcome in, Baz. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's crack on and see what we got next.
In another state as far as possible. This necessitates halting arms exports in the present circumstances, the experts said. The experts welcomed the suspension of arms transfers to Israel by Belgium, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, and the Japanese company Itochu Corporation.
You know, I didn't know all of this stuff. By the way, chat, you know, we've talked a lot about Aaron Bushnell in today's stream, and how like a lot of people are feeling very disenfranchised and disempowered and stuff. What you've got to remember is that we are up against an overwhelming amount of propaganda all the time. But it's actually genuinely really good to see wins like this. We have seen suspensions of arm transfers to Israel by Belgium, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, and the Japanese company Itochu Corporation. These are huge. This is huge stuff. Huge, massive stuff. It's wins, innit? These are wins. And there are various other wins that we have experienced, small wins. I've seen multiple examples, by the way. And it's hard to parse all that with the overwhelming propaganda that you get from the Western imperialist media, yeah? But genuinely speaking, generally, there are lots of little wins that are happening on the ground all the time. I saw literally the other day that Students for Palestine or something like this, I think it was Youth Front for Palestine, managed to get their university. There was a university that was getting... what is going on? What is he doing? What are you doing, buddy? He was like... he was like biting his bed and like pulling it and like doing little meows. Buddy, what are you doing? Why are you digging in your bed? Sorry, it's really distracting. Really, really, really distracting. So, you know, they got their university to stop I think it was an arms fair or something like that was talking about BAA systems and shit like that. It's very distracting, yeah. Also, isn't this a bit hypocritical, Israel doing this after what they had to go through in World War II? Yeah, Steph is right. Israel is a Zionist state. It's not Jewish. Those are two very different things. And Zionism, well, you can learn about that in my video, in my past stream. Zionism is essentially like a Jewish supremacist ideology. Just think white supremacism, but make it Jewish. And that is what Zionists say. It's not entirely the same as white supremacy because it's all focused around Israel and mostly like, you know, trying to get Jews in the diaspora to move to Israel to take part in the ethnic cleansing and shit like that. It's very fucking horrific. It's actually anti-Semitic itself. And if you're talking about generally like, okay, well, these Zionists are saying that they're Jews and they believe, you know, in what happened in the Holocaust and they mention it quite a lot and stuff like that. That's a valid question. And I would say if you're referring to Zionist Jews, I would say absolutely. It's hypocritical after what happened in the Holocaust to essentially do the same kind of stuff. I mean, when you look at Gaza, when you look at Gaza, right? It's essentially the Warsaw Ghetto, but smaller. Might be bigger. I'm not sure. I think it might be bigger than the Warsaw Ghetto. More densely populated, I think, was the term I was looking for. I think the Warsaw Ghetto had like what a million Jews in it or something, or maybe like, I'm not entirely sure. But there was 2 million people in Gaza before Israel's current campaign, and yeah, they've fucking, well, genocide, say campaign, but yeah. There's only one key difference between Zionism and Judaism that has come to light recently. Actual white supremacists are now cutting Zionist Jews in on white supremacy, but they're not offering this to Jewish people at large. Yes, that's correct. That's right. I feel at least in the US, more unions are coming up to support Palestine last month or so. Yeah, that's right. My union is mostly made up of doctors and students voted for a ceasefire and Palestine support message. Hell yeah, let's go.
Hello, me old chum.
Thank you for the follow. Do I need to mute this tab and just go watch that video? I think it would probably help. I'm sorry to I'm not trying to push you out of my stream and that, and you know, I'd be hesitant to say anyone stop watching the stream now and go watch something else that I've done, because, you know, I value viewers, value supporters of the stream. But yeah, to kind of understand the Palestinian stuff properly, I would argue that you kind of need to understand all of it. So, you know, yeah, Gaza is among the most densely populated areas on Earth. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, let's crack on. Oh yeah, God willing, Ireland will make the move in its legislature too. Yeah, there's legislation from Ireland, from the High Court in Ireland, which doesn't operate in the same way the High Court operates in the UK, but they've pushed a motion to the is it the High Court or is it like the Senate? It's the Senate, isn't it? It's the Senate in Ireland. They've pushed a motion to be voted on in the Parliament, which is like we need to stop supporting Israel in any way, right? And that's going to be voted on. So that's going to be an interesting vote to see the result of.
The Netherlands and the Japanese company Itochu Corporation. The European Union also recently discouraged arms exports to Israel. The experts urged other states to
That's right, Sorka. Yeah, Gaza.
To Israel, including
Gaza was one of the most densely populated places on Earth before they were all pushed into Rafah. And now Rafah is easily the most densely populated place on Earth. Easily.
Export
without a shadow of a doubt.
Military aid. The United States and Germany are by far the largest arms exporters, and shipments have increased since 7th of October 2023. Other military exporters include France, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia.
I'm going to go put my tea in the oven.
Officials involved in arms exports may be individually criminally liable for aiding and abetting any war crimes, crimes against humanity, or acts of genocide, the experts said. All states under the principle of universal jurisdiction and the International Criminal Court may be able to investigate and prosecute such crimes. Arms companies contributing to the production and transfer of arms to Israel and businesses investing in those companies bear their own responsibility to respect human rights, international humanitarian law, and international criminal law. They have not publicly demonstrated the heightened human rights due diligence required of them and accordingly risk complicity in violations, the experts said. International law does not enforce itself, the experts said. All states must not be complicit in international crimes through arms transfers. They must do their part to urgently end the unrelenting humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. a lot of experts saying a lot of things in that statement, you will have noticed. These are all listed at the bottom of the statement itself, if you care to look on the UN's own website. They comprise many of the UN special rapporteurs relating to various aspects of law and human rights, as well as some others, so from other areas of expertise. In effect, though, any supply of arms to Israel is in violation of international law, purely based on the possibility that such arms could be used against Gaza. Of course, Israel are also bombing Syria and Lebanon right now as well, but that simply shows how much they care about peace in the region, frankly. Zionism in Gaza and elsewhere is how it ought to be described, to be honest, and how nations aforementioned who are still doing so are enabling the continued Zionism in Palestine, or of Palestine and beyond. The occupation, the invasion,
What did I miss,
the
chat?
genocide, and the political movement behind that.
Did he say anything cringe? Egypt is next to Rafah. They don't have anywhere to go. They can't go south anymore like they've been told. Yeah, and Egypt is actively preventing them from, doing anything, really. Egypt is taking part in the ethnic cleansing by saying, we will take refugees from Rafah. And they're not doing anything to try and put pressure on Israel. Like before, when we were reading those statements, those tweets from Yemenis who saw the guy self-immolate, Aaron Bushnell, they were talking about, damn the Arab states, basically, that they're cowards because they're not doing anything. And it's true. It's true. They're not doing anything. And it's a load of shit. Would it be contentious to say that Rafah is probably the densest example of a human population period at this point? I don't think that would be contentious. I think that's pretty legit, Sorka, yeah. Mm-hmm. Sean just put out a video on YouTube. Yeah, we're gonna be we're gonna be watching that in a bit, basically. Mm-hmm.
Is Zionism. Israel can have its right to defend itself, but not at the expense of enacting Zionism in Gaza. Phraseology is one thing, though. It's not the crux of this statement, because what is that if you're supplying weapons to Israel, no matter whether they use them in Gaza or not, is against humanitarian law,
right?
Against the Geneva Conventions. All those nations are signatories too.
Right.
This extends to whether you know they are being used or not, but if you do know, then you're violating the arms treaties too. And of course, any investigation, any court case made against you then, as a supplier of arms to Israel, we can use the UK as an example. Both South Africa and Nicaragua are already taking us to the ICJ for aiding and abetting Israel. Cases
That's right.
to be heard in due course.
Hey, welcome back, Gurik.
This means arms supplies to Israel, no matter who it is, no matter what treaty they may be signatories of, must cease with immediate effect. And anyone carrying on, and anybody involved in that, and anybody connected to that, financing that, will likely expect a day in the dock in future as well.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the most sharply defined calls for cessation of weapon sales to Israel we've yet seen, because there is clear risk they will be used in Gaza against civilian infrastructure and targets.
Correct.
As Palestine Permanent Advisor to the UN, Riyad Mansour, said the other day at the ICJ, whilst 55 countries have been giving further evidence of the Zionism of Palestine, the decades of occupation there, on Israel's relationship with international law, he said, they defy the law and the law is barely fighting back.
Yeah.
Never a truer word said.
Mm-hmm.
For as much as our leaders right now this week are falling over themselves to blame Muslims and make Islamophobic slurs about Islamist terrorism aimed at MPs.
Oh yeah, don't even fucking get me started on that shit that's going on in the UK at the minute. It's fucking insane. It's like hard to actually look at it because it makes my blood boil. If you don't know what's been going on, Suella Braverman, who's one of the most racist piece of shit fucks that you've ever seen in your entire life, went on a news TV show or a podcast or something and was like, Islamists are in control of the UK and they're going to take us to 1984. Just like absolute fucking nonsense, moronic shit. Just the most racist fucking bullshit you've ever heard in your entire life. That's just not true. Not even remotely true. And she walked it back recently, I think, and said, oh, I didn't mean everywhere. I just meant in London with Sadiq Khan because he's an Islamist, isn't he? Yes, famously Orthodox Muslim Sadiq Khan, you know. He's very, like, famous in his orthodoxy. He's definitely, like, a fucking solid Muslim, like, you know, definitely, it's just so stupid. So fucking stupid, man. Anyway, yeah, it's just really hard to like actually parse my feelings about it because, of course, I know it's all bollocks. I know it's all nonsense. They're just desperate to try and rile up. You know, Suella Braverman was turfed out of the cabinet because she rabble-roused Tommy Robinson and a bunch of fucking fascists to turn up at a pro-Palestine demonstration of 500,000 people. They took one look at it, shat themselves, and thought, fuck it, we'll have a fight with the cops instead, and lost. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not afraid of fascism from people like that in the UK because they've got no support. They've got barely any support. We had an anti-fascist call out in Manchester a few weeks ago, saying that Tommy Robinson was going to be at a mosque in Didsbury, and he just didn't do anything. He never even turned up. It's like these fuckers have got no support, absolutely no support. Another anti-fascist demo that happened, counter demo against the fascist demo in Manchester a few weeks ago. Again, against that transphobic twat, Darren, whatever the fuck his name is, or James, I can't remember what his name is, but the Students Against Tyranny, which is basically trying to be like, I got expelled for being transphobic and that's tyranny, right? And there was like 5 of them there. There was just 5 of them there. You know, I'm not fucking scared about that. What I am scared of is the state trying to utilize the police and the army to do fascism. I'm certainly afraid of that. But, you know, I'm genuinely convinced that the majority of the UK are good, decent people. I'm going to say good, decent people. I don't mean in the conservative way. I mean just generally. Everyone's just trying to get on, aren't they? You know what I mean? Everyone's trying to get on. There's a cost of living crisis. People are sick all the time because of Rona. And they're not... well, that's kind of something that people are really shit on. But I think that's just because British people, you know, are very good at pretending that stuff isn't happening and not talking about it. That's the only, like, superpower we have as a people. Anyway, quick fucking divergent tangent on UK shit there. You know what I mean? Being a politician should be a dangerous job again. Oh, just kidding. This is the kidding star. Add this to your comment to tell the feds you're joking. Well, you know, here's the thing. Like, a lot of politicians at the moment in the UK are trying to make out that people protesting outside of Parliament when they were having a vote on whether they should have a ceasefire in Gaza were intimidating MPs, intimidating people in government, and people have been saying stuff like, oh, you know, Rishi Sunak. What was the tweet that I did? Okay, I'll put the tunes on because I'm fucking ranting again. I did a fucking tweet about it. Where is it? 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 All right. So Rishi Sunak, looking like fucking Roland Rat, a muppet to clarify, not an actual rat. In Parliament this week, a dangerous signal was sent that intimidation works. It is toxic for our society and our politics. It is an affront to the liberties and values we hold dear in Britain. Bro, this guy doesn't fucking hold any fucking liberties and values. Our democracy cannot and must not bend to the threat of violence and intimidation. And you know what? Here's the thing, yeah? Here's what I said. The democracy that elected you isn't actually democracy, though, is it? And the actual threat to actual democracy is something that needs to be confronted. Because I don't know if anyone knows, but Rishi Sunak was not elected democratically. He was elected by members of the Conservative Party, who are the only people who are allowed to vote for who the leader of the Conservative Party will be if they're in power. Right? So that's not democracy, is it, pal? It's a load of shit, actually. Anyway, perhaps we should just have direct democracy without middle management politician types so we can live normal lives. They can live normal lives like the rest of us. It's the least we could do for them. I agree. Wholeheartedly. I think your system is more broken than ours, and ours is broken. Well, yeah, I actually agree to an extent, because the only thing that's fucking your system up is the liberal ratchet. Does everyone know what I mean when I say the liberal ratchet? Just wait till bro finds out how his power is enforced if he hates threats of violence so much. Right, exactly. This is the ratchet effect. Yeah, you can only go right. But I mean, arguably, we have this in the UK now as well. We have this in the UK now as well. But this is the ratchet effect. Conservatives move everything to the right. Liberals stop movement back to the left. How things keep getting worse by voting for the same two parties. Yeah. You can only go right. And this, like I said, it's happening in the UK too anyway, now as well. I would say I'm looking forward to be rid of the Tories, but with Murdoch's apparently due to endorse Labour and Keith, let's get the Speaker of the House to entirely suppress Scotland to fuck with Gaza some more. Starmer, I don't know how free of them we're actually going to be. No, the Tories have just become red Tories now. The Tories have gone like super far right, and now Labour is literally just like, well, we're like the Tories used to be, so, you know, literally more right-wing than the Tories a few years ago. It's a joke. But what I mean by that in like the US has that to a more insane degree is that you guys are just further right. Do you know what I mean? You guys are just like actually further right at this point. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's how I feel about that. Let's get back to this guy.
This is what really should be being thrown at them, because they are barely fighting back against the oppressors. They're aiding them instead. They're doing so by continuing to supply arms to them and supplying political cover for them, and they need someone else to deflect public discontent onto to take the heat off themselves. So they're weaponizing another form of racism and saying to people, get angry at those people instead. Get angry at those in the street marching for an end to the genocide, an end to the occupation, and a free and independent Palestinian state being set up. And we've got to stop falling.
Yeah, I just can't recommend organizing enough, Stalker, honestly. And anyone who feels like the end result of this, if you can't leave the country, if you don't have the means financially or emotionally or whatever, physically, I just can't stress to you how much that like organizing will help you with that. Like I did a little TikTok about that. I did a little TikTok about it the other day. Well, it wasn't little, it was about 3 or 4 minutes long, but you know, you just being around people who think the same things as you just be incredibly good. And even if you're not organizing directly to prevent war in Gaza, well, the genocide in Gaza, you know, it will make you feel good. It will make you feel good about it. And that's just the end of it, really. You know what I mean? I can't recommend it enough. You know, the power of solidarity. It's huge. It's massive. Do you know what I mean? It's absolutely massive. It's deeply underrated. Deeply underrated. I hope this guy's cool, like the cut of his jib, like his manner needs a nice mic, nicer camera, nice presentation. Maybe that's off topic. No, I agree. We just started watching this guy. He's got more subs than me, I think. Got fucking 39,000 subscribers. This has got 89,000 views. Why have I not got that? I do fucking loads of fucking sick videos. Fucking hell, man. Load of shit. Kerno Demo is fucking showing me up. I've got my videos are in 4K. With scripts and everything, my man just goes on. He's got impact font. Anyway, listen, no offense, Damo. No offense. Anyway.
For it. This UN statement.
Yeah, good shit, Sorka. Good shit.
Tory or Labour narratives now, for a reason.
No, I'll be doing the same, Sorka. I'll be doing the same. Sure, we all will be. I'm planning on election night this year. I am planning on streaming it. So, yeah, get excited for that chat. Staying up till 3 a.m, watching fucking the news. Fucking load of shit.
Instead of listening to our leaders...
Proud of New York right now, calling for a ceasefire. Yeah, that fucking rocks.
Somehow keep wheedling themselves into power. We can expect further clampdowns on our freedom of expression, our rights to protest, from whoever is in government, whichever one of these horrible bunch it is. So honestly, I don't think a day in The Hague for the likes of Sunak or Starmer can come fast enough, because they're not going to shift. Arms sales from the UK to Israel should stop and must stop immediately. We need leaders that are actually going to do it, though. It shouldn't just be down to protesters forcing this narrative, trying to force change, forcing these factories to shut for a day here or a day there. It has to end as part of a boycott on Israel, as most of this country has clearly expressed in multiple polls that it wants.
This is the thing. He's right. He's right. This country is overwhelmingly on the right side of history with regards to opinion on Israel. It is. It's just the people in power who are forcing this narrative and forcing us to do this shit.
See such protests outside the likes of Elbit or whoever increasing. Heck, last month we saw 4 factories supplying the Netanyahu regime all get shut down on one day as a clear show of public anger over this, over our leaders' failures to uphold international law, our obligations under international treaties. And you can find out all about that stellar display of people power here, and I'll hopefully catch you on the next vid. Cheers, folks.
Buzzing, he's pretty good. He's pretty good, Kerno Demo. Pretty good. Right, okay, we're up at the ICJ hearing. Now, listen, I only want to be watching a couple of different countries. So we're going to be skipping a lot of this and just listening to, I think, 3 different representatives. So I'm going to change the vid, current vid, just so everybody knows what we're watching. Do you know what I mean? This is so funny. This video has 1,944 views, and it's got 74 likes from the United Nations. That's crazy, man. That kind of makes me feel good about my own channel. You know what I mean? Kind of makes me feel a lot better about my own channel. Right, what do we got here? They're all sitting down, they're standing up, whatever. What are you saying?
In Mauritius, on the questions submitted to it by the United Nations General Assembly. Let me one more time recall that each delegation is kindly asked to respect the 30-minute time allocation for its presentation.
So he's announcing. Who is this?
Brahim His Excellency Mr. Ali Ahmad Brahim Dafriri.
Where's this guy from?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, honorable members of the court, it is a great honor to appear before you as the agent of the state of Kuwait in these proceedings.
Okay, this is Kuwait, all right.
Kuwait deeply appreciate the extraordinary effort taken by the court to allow this hearing to proceed smoothly in light of the great number of participants. The current advisory proceedings are of extreme importance to the Palestinian people, Kuwait, the international legal order, and the international community as a whole. Kuwait has always advocated that peace fosters the observance of law and vice versa. Adherence to the United Nations Charter is an indispensable prerequisite for the definitive establishment of
United Nations Charter.
Indeed, peaceful relations are founded on accepted rules, and as such, peaceful relations among states are based on the provisions of the United Nations Charter. These include, notably, the principle of non-use of force and the peaceful settlement of disputes. These rules apply to all states. Respect for these fundamental rules contribute to the consolidation of international peace. Regrettably, the above-mentioned foundational rules have not been upheld in the case of Palestine. The conflict between the Palestinian and the Israel, hereafter referred to as the occupying power, is an illegal occupation conflict involving, on one side, an occupying power equipped with all military means.
That's fucking right, dude.
Side, an occupied nation without defensive capabilities, facing daily expulsion, human rights violation, and all sufferings associated with any occupation situation. Over the past decades, the situation between the Palestinians and the occupying power has been extremely tense, resulting in a serious human rights law and humanitarian law violation committed by the latter. Various intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations have documented these violations by publishing comprehensive reports. This climate of violence compromises any possibility of reasonably discussing the issue at stake. This is further exacerbated by the recent development in Gaza. The occupying power has waged an illegitimate war on the Palestinians in Gaza, characterized by numerous international law violations. The
illegitimate
violations have been highlighted in a series of issued among others,
He's
by
right.
the UN Secretary General, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, and the special procedures of the UN Human Rights Council. The unprecedented violence in Gaza is a result of 57 years of illegal occupation of the Palestinian territories.
He's right.
And it must stop.
Yes.
The late Emir of the State of Kuwait
Is he getting emotional? He's getting emotional.
His Highness Sheikh Sabah Al-Ahmed Al-Jaber Sabah. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Summarized the situation in 2018 by stating,
My man's got fucking family there, hasn't he? He's got family there, he's got friends there. Or maybe just the weight of the entire situation is getting on him. Do you know what I mean? Probably.
we asked the whole world by stating, quote, Sorry, Mr. President. Quote, why do we ignore and do not implement Security Council resolutions? Why? We ask the whole world why the Palestinian people plight continues. Why the international community incapable of resolving this cause? Why does the victims continue to be portrayed?
Yeah, he is. He's emotional. My man's emotional here as well. You know, this is Lebanon, innit? Like, yeah, they feel that shit. Of course they do. Lebanon knows what he's on about. Poor bastard.
Why does the victim continue to be portrayed as a killer according to Israel's norms? Why does Israel always escape punishment? Why have all these souls been lost amid absence of world conscience? Unquote.
Like, I don't think people understand just how, like, meaningful it should be to absolutely everybody everywhere that this state official from the country of Kuwait is so extremely emotional in doing the job that he does every single day, right? This is his job, right? And he is unable to do it. Simply unable to do it properly because of the sheer emotional weight of this issue. The connection he has to Palestinians, the connection he has that all people in that region have with what Palestinians are going through, right? Kuwait was very much a victim of the war in Iraq, right? I remember hearing all the time about how there were troops going to Kuwait, there were troops going to fucking, bomb targets in Kuwait and shit like that. You know, 1 million Iraqis killed in Iraq, hundreds of thousands, probably Kuwaiti citizens, civilians as well. You know, it's all connected. It's all imperialism, you know?
Sorry, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished members of the court.
My man might even be Palestinian. We don't know, innit? He might not even be from Kuwait.
In this context, that Kuwait appears for the first time before the court, following the adoption by the UN General Assembly of resolutions 77247, requesting the court to deliver an advisory opinion on 2 legal questions. The first question asks the court to evaluate the illegality of the occupying power's specific policies.
Yeah, he might be from Kuwait and Palestinian.
Within its occupation of the Palestinian territories, while seeking the court's determination of the corresponding legal ramification. The second question addresses the core issue. Has the occupation become illegal? Kuwait will demonstrate the illegality of this occupation, underscoring the necessity of its cessation. Mr. President, honorable members of the court, my distinguished colleagues will now address these issues in greater depth. Second, First, His Excellency, Ambassador Tariq al-Bannai, permanent representative of Kuwait to the UN, will address why the court does have jurisdiction to deliver the advisory opinion requested by the UN General Assembly. He will also
It's my
highlight
pleasure,
certain legal
Stalker.
practices and policies of the occupying power. Second,
it's what I do now when he's doing this thing. So I don't know. This is just a bit of sort of like light cat related stuff to, you know, sort of cut in between this emotional stuff because it is very emotional. He does this thing because he's basically a teenager. So what he does is when I'm streaming, he gets around and he like messes with stuff to distract me, to try and get me to like do whatever he wants. He might want playing with, he might want food or whatever, you know. And so what I do now, I've not done it on stream before, but I've been doing it this weekend. If he starts messing around and like messing with wires and all that stuff, I just pick him up because he fucking hates that shit. He fucking hates it. Do you know what I mean? Just pick him up and I'm like, I love you, buddy. And he's like, get off, get off.
Her Excellency Tanya Nasser, Assistant
Don't come back anytime soon.
Will start by enumerating the grounds proving the illegality of the occupation of the Palestinian territories, hereafter referred to as the OBT. She will then focus on the legal consequences arising from the breaches of those fundamental
Yeah,
rules.
that's right, Stalker,
And finally,
yeah.
she will provide the court with a certain
Cat helps.
concluding remarks. Thank you, Mr. President, honorable members of the court, for the privilege of appearing before you. And now kindly ask you, Mr. President, to invite Ambassador Al-Bannai to address the court.
Yeah, Dad, you're embarrassing me. That's what he does. That is what he does, yeah. So Ambassador Albany, this is another guy from Kuwait.
Mr. Al-Dafiri, I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Tariq Al-Bannai. You have the floor, Excellency.
Mr. President, honorable members.
It's true. If he doesn't want to be picked up and kissed like a little baby, he should stop being the size and shape of a little baby. That's exactly what I say to him. Hello, buddy. Yes, that's right. Come on, then. He's like, fuck off. Fuck off, but also don't.
Of the court. It is a tremendous honor and
She wanted me to never stop petting her, but she hated being held. Oh, no, yeah, like, Tom's like that. So, like, I'll stroke Tom, and he fucking loves it. And, like, if I move my hand away, he'll be like, what you doing? And then if I put my hand back and I'll start stroking him and stuff, and then he'll be like, ow, and then just bite me. But I think that's play aggression. I think he's, like, overstimulated. Because it's not like, he's not, like, really, like, going, like hissing at me and shit and getting mad. He's just like, please pet me, please pet me, please pet me. So, there you go. Cat's in it. Do you know what I mean?
To appear before you on behalf of the state of Kuwait. 20 years have passed since the seminal Wall Advisory opinion.
Imitating cat sounds?
Today, in these current proceedings, the question of the illegality of the occupation of the Palestinian territory is directly before the court. With your permission, I turn now to my first topic, focusing on whether the court has jurisdiction to render the advisory opinion requested. In Kuwait's view, the answer is a categorical yes. Indeed.
Categorical yes of what?
The state of Kuwait. 20 years have passed since the seminal Wall Advisory opinion. Today, in these current proceedings, the question of the illegality of the occupation of the Palestinian territory is directly before the court. With your permission, I turn now to my first topic, focusing on whether the court has jurisdiction to render the advisory opinion requested. In Kuwait's view, the answer is a categorical yes.
That's right.
Indeed, the majority of submissions in these proceedings argue in favor of the court's jurisdiction.
That's right.
Article 65 of the statute of the court provides that
the only one that didn't chat? The USA. And probably UK, but we're not going to be watching that because that's just going to be really annoying.
The court may render an advisory opinion, and I quote, on any legal question at the request of any organ or institution authorized by the Charter of the United Nations or in accordance with its provisions to request such an opinion, unquote. In turn, Article 96 of the UN Charter, quote, the General Assembly or the Security Council may request...
I think this is like such a depressing part of these hearings. Yeah, they have the authority to deliver an opinion. This is the most depressing part of these hearings, is that like the first thing that they're having to say every single time is like justifying whether the UN or the ICJ has the authority to talk about this. Yes, of course they fucking do. It's the International Court of Justice. We're talking about an illegal occupation. And the US is there like, I think we need to be really clever. What was his name? Fucking John Visek or something? Stephen Visek? Absolute fucking Ren and Stimpy looking motherfucker.
International Court of Justice for an advisory opinion on any legal question, unquote. In practice, it is primarily the General Assembly that has most frequently utilized this procedure to date.
Yeah.
After all, when the General Assembly decides to request the court to deliver an advisory opinion, this means that the request reflects an important concern of the international community, seeking a legal answer. The court itself observed that the General Assembly, within the scope of its peacekeeping responsibilities, has a broader perspective than that of the Security Council, as it also considers humanitarian, social, and economic aspects.
Right, well, there you go.
An attentive look at the court's jurisprudence points to the fact that, quote, only compelling reasons may lead the court to refuse its opinion in response to a request falling within its jurisdiction.
Yeah, and the fucking US didn't exactly give any compelling reasons, did it? Like, what were its compelling reasons? Oh, there's an existing framework and it needs to be adhered to. It's like, yeah, the existing framework that says that genocide shouldn't be happening. How do US representatives sleep at night? On a big pile of money, actually. On a massive pile of money. Getting literally, like, fucking slaves to wipe their ass and shit. You know what I mean?
Unquote.
That's how.
Although the court has the discretionary power to refuse to respond to a request for an advisory opinion for reasons of judicial propriety, it has not availed itself of this option thus far. In the present case, it is incontestable that
literally abolish money. Literally abolish money. One day soon, comrades. One day soon. That's the first time I've used that appropriately since I made it. Let's fucking go.
Included in the relevant General Assembly resolution are clearly specific questions of legal character.
Is it loud enough, though? That's the question.
To qualify them as non-specific or non-legal.
Abolish obedience tokens.
It is worth noting that the court, in the Wall advisory opinion, rejected similar attempts. In essence, in the Wall advisory opinion, the central issue revolved around the construction of the wall. And it's
so, what we're talking about, the Wall advisory opinion is when the ICJ held a hearing about the walls that Israel was erecting around Gaza in various places in the West Bank. But at the time it was the West Bank. But now it's just these various little enclaves that they've divided the West Bank into, you know?
Impact on the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people. 20 years later, the context has broadened substantially.
He is doing something in there. I've got to go, sorry.
The court is now tasked with determining the legal status of the ongoing occupation of the occupied Palestinian territory since 1967, given its persistence for over 57 years. Prior to addressing the next topic, I feel compelled to briefly refer to an argument certain states have made, fallaciously alleging that the issuance of an advisory opinion might undermine ongoing negotiations and peace processes. This argument, Mr. President, honorable members of the court, is groundless and without merit. Kuwait has always underscored the importance of resuming peace negotiations with a view of reaching a just and comprehensive peace, based on the terms of reference of the peace process, the resolutions of the Security Council, and the Arab Peace Initiative. However,
I'm Yurek, I'm still here. Palestinians will still be here long after the US is gone. That is completely correct, Triple J.
The relevant UN resolutions and the Wall advisory...
It'll seem a lifetime away until it's suddenly here, yeah.
...opinion make clear that any negotiations that take place must have as their objective the achievement of a just and lasting peace in accordance with international law. The court has an important role to play in this regard by stating what the applicable rules of international law are, including the rights and obligations of the relevant parties, all states and the United Nations. This is exactly the purpose of the UN General Assembly resolution requesting the court to deliver an advisory opinion. By doing so, the court may in fact help revive negotiations and inspire...
Check Libya with all the kafirs on. It's literally Libya with a bunch of kafirs on.
By doing so, the court may in fact help revive negotiations and inspire a return to a peace process premised on international law. After all, the court's advisory opinions shed light on complicated legal issues, appeasing tensions, uncertainties, and potential disputes. Mr. President, honourable members of the court, I will now address our second topic, providing you with examples of the occupying power's unlawful and egregious policies and practices in the OPT. In the interest of time, I will limit my presentation to 3 policies, which demonstrate the true nature of the illegal occupation. The first is forced displacement. The second relates to the illegal settlements on and the annexation of the Palestinian
territory. Gotta get my tea back in a sec.
And the third is discrimination at a scale and nature that amounts to apartheid. The remaining issues were discussed thoroughly in the written submission of Kuwait. In the 1948 Nakba, 750,000 Palestinians were forcibly displaced. And since then, millions more. The situation has deteriorated exponentially since the illegal occupation started in 1967. The occupying power has engaged in a forced displacement campaign against the Palestinians by demolishing their homes and confiscating their lands. Forced displacement violates international law. The occupying power is under the obligation to ensure that its operations in the OPT comply with the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1949, relative to the protection of civilians, persons in time of war, to which it is a party. Article 49 of this convention clearly prohibits, quote, forcible transfers, individual or mass, regardless of their motive, unquote, which includes forced displacements, as well as expulsions from the OPT. Furthermore, Article 53 of the same instrument prohibits the destruction of property. Finally, under Article 147, illegal transfers, destruction, and appropriation of property carried out on a large scale is prohibited. As Kuwait explained in its written submission, the occupying power has also committed other grave violations of international law, including the policy of settling parts of its population in the OPT. This unlawful policy has and continues to be deplorably promoted by the successive governments of the occupying power. Since 1967, the occupying...
Who's this thick-chested Brit? What are you fucking on about? Thick-chested Brit. Yeah, Sorka, they did say that they are actually Romani. So let's not go there. But I do want to press you on what do you mean by thick-chested Brit? What are you fucking on about? Just saw Aaron Bushnell's Facebook post less than a day ago before he martyred himself. I wanted to share it. Many of us like to ask ourselves, what would I do if I was alive during slavery or the Jim Crow South or apartheid? What would I do if my country was committing genocide? The answer is you're doing it right now. Yeah. Not sure if this was covered earlier, but it feels important. No, it does. It does. And it's correct, isn't it? It's correct. And, you know, I like to think that I'm doing what I would have done, which is trying to tell people about it. Trying to tell as many people as possible about it. The thing is, though, is that I never believed that the people back in the day, they wouldn't. You know what I mean? What would I do if I was alive during slavery? There would be people who just didn't believe that it was happening. There would just be people who were like, no, the slaves have a nice life, actually. No, they're fine. Oh, that slave uprising that happened in Haiti. Oh, that was all like barbaric, horrible terrorists, actually. And they just hate white people. You know what I mean? So, you know, upsetting, innit?
The occupying power has embarked on an intensive campaign of colonization.
If you want to know what I'm having for me tea, it's sausage and mash with peas and gravy in a Yorkshire pudding. That's what I'm having. I'm going to be turning off the... I'm going to be going ahead and turning off the cam
few prefabricated houses, while others expanded to become fully fledged small towns. In early 2023, there were around 730,000 Israeli settlers.
It's going to be good.
280 Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank, including 230,000 settlers in East Jerusalem. These settlements are sustained by a network of military checkpoints and restricted zones.
He's right.
As well as Jewish-only roads and highways, all of which limit gravely the lives and livelihoods.
It's apartheid all the way down.
Palestinians, and violate their fundamental human rights. Both the construction of settlements and the transfer of settlers to the West Bank and Gaza are grave violations of international law. In particular, Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which states that, I quote, "The occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its own civilian population into the territory it occupies," unquote. It is also noteworthy, Mr. President, that settlers in the OPT are not governed by the same laws that apply to the indigenous inhabitants of the territory. Jewish settlers are provided with special rights.
I'm just going to move on because this is all stuff that we know, really. I want to move on real quick because we're already 3 hours into the stream, and I do want to watch the Sean video, innit? So that guy's from Libya, I know that. That guy's from Lebanon. Is he from Lebanon? No, I think he's from... I'm not sure. Is this lady from Kuwait?
I thank His Excellency Mr. Al-Bana, and now I give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Tahani Al-Nasser. You have the floor, Excellency.
Yeah, she's from somewhere else. No, she's from Kuwait again. There's 3 of them who came from Kuwait. Okay. Next up, we got Libya, I think.
The delegation of Kuwait for its presentation.
I now invite the next participating delegation, Lebanon, to address the court and call His Excellency Mr. Abdel Fattah Issa to the podium.
Yeah, this is Lebanon.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. President, distinguished members of the court, it is an immense honour for me to speak to you after having set out Lebanon's oral comments regarding the legal consequences arising from the policies and practices of Israel in occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. Now, this is a subject of the greatest importance for my country and for, indeed, the entirety of the international community. A record number of requests to intervene before...
Okay, this translator is making me laugh. Because he's like saying it, he's saying this stuff in such a British way. He's reading this out like a newsreader. Why are you doing this, bro?
The clearest proof of this. Having set out in writing the views of Lebanon on the different legal aspects of the questions posed, and in order to comply with brevity instructions, I will restrict myself to 3 points.
Fucking British moment, man. British fucking moment.
The seriousness of the events which have taken place since October on Palestinian territory. These 3 points are: 1, the propriety of the court's intervention. 2, peremptory nature of the norms of international law breached by Israel, specifically the prohibition of the use of force and the right to self-determination. And finally, the legal consequences arising from these violations. Now, looking at the propriety of the court's intervention, distinguished members of the court, Mr. President, we are but a few months away from the historic 20th anniversary of your opinion regarding the building of a wall in occupied Palestine.
More on the wall stuff, yeah.
Certain states had suggested during those advisory proceedings, as they indeed do today, that the court shouldn't give an opinion because that intervention by the court might block ongoing negotiations between the parties, might even...
Well, that's what the fucking US said, right? So they're just saying the same stuff that they said fucking years ago? Snakes. Fucking snakes. And that's an insult to snakes.
Render more difficult or even impossible the necessary political accommodation.
Demons. Serpents. Demons.
That's a roadmap to be followed. Well, here we are, 20 years later, down the road without any negotiated solution, no negotiations at all, in fact.
He's right.
What we do have are thousands of deaths and a massive destruction of civilian infrastructure. To ask the court to not intervene, to not to hand down an advisory opinion because there's a bilateral negotiation process that needs to be protected, some sort of political solution that needs to be preserved, is a perverse argument which faces politics and the law off, one against the other, whereas in all societies, including international society, these are two dialectically related complementary elements. The law is the framework which prevents political slippage, be it public or private level. It is the law which guarantees a minimum of justice in relations. Madame Chemillier-Gendreau, in 2004, clearly described this, pleading before you. I'm going to quote her now. The political sphere represents the clash of subjectivities between society's different protagonists in a direct process which produces an unmitigated balance of power. The legal sphere represents the transposition of that clash of subjectivities by reference to a pre-established standard, the legal norm, under a third-party authority offering guarantees of objectivity. Comparison with the reference norm by an impartial third party provides the prism of objectivity through which the factual situation can be rectified. End of citation. This objectivity, distinguished members of the court, it's this objectivity which we have come to seek yet again from you. Now, allow me now to move on to the second point, which relates to the peremptory nature of norm.
It is, Crystal. The exact argument from union busters when they say unions stop you from negotiating as an individual. Yeah, because negotiating as an individual is shit, actually. That's a good thing. Collective negotiation is the only thing that gets fucking results, you know? And you know, taking it to this point here, it's like, well, hang on a hot minute. When I talk about whether an advisory ruling would prevent negotiations from taking place that are already taking place, by the way, no, it wouldn't. Like, how would it, actually? That's what I want to know. Like, how would that happen? There's just no evidence for any of it.
Norms breached by Israel. As we've already mentioned in our written comments, the concept of peremptory norms has become clearer thanks to the hard work carried out by the ILC as of 2016. Talking of the work of the Commission, let me respond to comments made by certain states who would that the draft articles and conclusions of that Commission should not be considered as established concepts. This observation...
You know, one observation that I'm making is that Arab states have been pretty shit. Absolutely. I'm not going to listen to what Palestinians are saying and, you know, disagree with it. But one thing that I have noticed so far in Arab states commenting on the illegal occupation is that they are at least treating it with the seriousness that it deserves. Citations, you know, sources, actual quotes, references to people who have made mistakes in the past regarding this that have actually resulted in more death and more punishment. And, you know, the US is going to be looked upon, you know, the US, the UK, Canada. Well, Canada didn't comment, did they? But any country that is going to this advisory hearing and saying things like, oh, well, you know, it's not that bad, actually, and no, Israel's got the right to defend itself, it's got definitely real security needs, they're going to be looked back on as ghouls. Vile, ghoulish, hateful fascists, you know?
Distinguished members of the court, minimises the role that this body plays on behalf of the UN General Assembly in the development and codification of international law. Let me invite the court to examine this comment of mine regarding that in light of Article 38 of your statute. Coming back to peremptory norms, the Commission had established a non-exhaustive list of 8 peremptory norms. When Lebanon submitted its written statement, it considered that Israel had breached...
They did not elaborate
4 of the 8.
On the security needs.
Since then, and given the horrors to which Palestinians in Gaza are subject, Israel is accused of breaching a 5th norm of the 8, and it's not the least, the prohibition to genocide. And this is historical irony at its saddest. As I said at the beginning, I will limit myself to 2 peremptory norms mentioned in our written statement: prohibition of the use of force and the right to self-determination. The justification of this choice seems obvious to me. The breach of these two norms by Israel is the indirect or direct cause of the violations of the other norms mentioned in our written statements, be they norms of international humanitarian law, human rights, or prohibition of apartheid. Were Israel to cease its occupation of Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, and accept the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, all the other violations would disappear. Let me add in this regard that in the written and oral statements of many states, they refer to and even insisted upon the prolonged character of the Israeli occupation to characterize it as an illegal annexation of Palestinian territories. Now, this is a valid and correct argument, Mr. President, but it should be taken as forming part of aggravating circumstances of the crime and not the crime itself, because the crime is one of aggression. Indeed, since 1945, the use of force under international law is strictly regulated. Since 1967, Israel has been committing a crime of aggression, illegally occupying territories before annexing them.
That's right.
In other terms, the occupation of territories resulting from an illegal use of force is itself illegal, however long it lasts. So, there we go. That's the first peremptory norm violated by Israel. Now I move to the prohibition of the use of force. The prohibition of the use of force is one of the peremptory norms well established, and it's clearly set out in Article 2, Para 4 of the UN Charter, which stipulates, I quote, "All members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations." In 1974, the General Assembly adopted, in Resolution 3314, a definition of aggression, which enumerates non-exhaustively a number of ways force may be used illegally. According to the Annex to Resolution 3314, aggression is, I quote, "any military occupation, however temporary, any annexation by the use of force of the territory of any another state or part thereof, the blockade of ports, or the coasts of a state." So, Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories, its blockade of the Gaza Strip, all of this are acts of aggression. This has been affirmed time and again by the UN Security Council, which has ceaselessly demanded since 1967 that Israel puts an end to its occupation. The General Assembly, for its part, is more explicit in its condemnation of Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories. Recently, it declared, for example, the inadmissibility of the acquisition of land by force, and therefore the illegality of the annexation of any part of the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, which constitutes a breach of international law. The Court, for its part, has always asserted the unlawfulness of the use of force and acquisition of territory thereby, including in its advisory opinion on the wall, where the Court also recalled the customary character of this prohibition. Now, some may question the application of the norm prohibiting the use of force on the basis that it's an interstate norm, but that would imply that the OPT are not...
He's going straight from the book, yeah.
Well, to that, distinguished members of the Court, you can respond that Lebanon, indeed, more than 140 member states of the UN recognise the State of Palestine and East Jerusalem as its capital. The State of Palestine is a member of a number of international organisations, UNESCO, OPCW, OIC, League of Arab States, PCA et al. And Palestine is also an observer member of the UN, whose Secretary-General, Mr. Guterres, declared less than a month ago that the right of the Palestinian people to build their own fully independent state must be recognised by all.
Yep.
And any refusal to accept the two-state solution by any party must be firmly rejected. So this really would be an expedient moment for the Court to give its opinion on this point. In any event, Mr. President, distinguished members of the Court, the prohibition of the use of force is not limited under international law to relations between states. Any use inconsistent with the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. Now, Israel continues its occupation and its policies, which are clearly aimed at annexing Palestinian territories. They encourage settlements, confiscation of land, destruction of public buildings, private buildings, in order to render its presence an irreversible fait accompli. And this despite all the successive resolutions of the Security Council, starting with Resolution 242. Now, in light of the foregoing, Lebanon requests the Court to consider once again
His glasses are going to fall off. Yeah, you're right, Steph. You're right. It was crazy.
Israel is breaching the fundamental principle of the unlawfulness of the use of force and its corollary, the illegality.
Chat, I've just finished this entire fucking bag of wine gums. Vegan wine gums. Tom's going insane, by the way, in the other room because he's got like loads of energy from this raw food, I think.
Of the annexation of territories by force. Moving now to the right to self-determination. Lebanon considers that the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination is irrefutable, and there are no more eloquent words than those employed by your court to assert this reality. I quote you.
Yep.
The court observes that the existence of a Palestinian people is no longer an issue, and that those rights include the right to self-determination. End of quotation.
Is he going to say it, chap?
The right to self-determination is a peremptory norm of international law enshrined in a number of texts, including the UN Charter, and which establishes this right as one of the foundations of friendly relations between nations. That foundation of modern international law has many...
Is he going to say the right to armed struggle? Is he going to be as based as China?
And Israel has violated all of them. In its advisory opinion, the court examined the legal effects of the separation of Chagos Archipelago from Mauritius in 1965. They looked at the nature and the contents of the right to self-determination. And you recalled that the right to self-determination is a customary rule and that the resolution of the General Assembly 1514 had a declaratory character. This resolution, adopted in 1960, was one of the first texts to define the contents and scope of the right to self-determination, namely that self-determination of peoples implies that they can freely determine their political status and pursue their economic and social development. The resolution also mentions that all armed action or repressive measures of all kinds directed against dependent people shall cease in order to enable them to exercise peacefully and freely their right to complete independence, and the integrity of their national territory shall be respected.
Mm-hmm. What about exercise beefy and freely their right to complete independence? These captions are crap.
It also clearly indicates that any attempt aimed at the partial or total destruction of the national unity and the territorial integrity of a country is incompatible with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. Moreover, Article 1, shared by the ICCPR and ICESCR, asserts as well the right of peoples to self-determination, and rehearses the main constituent elements of this right.
Oh, you read.
Sub off Twitch LXDS.
You read my mind, Adam. How did you read my mind? What is going on? That's crazy. Thank you so much for getting us past the weed amount, the weed number. Thank you so much, Adam, for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. I was literally just thinking about doing the spiel. Don't forget, chat. This is my full-time job. Please consider subbing off Twitch. I ask you to sub off Twitch because Twitch is a terrible platform that doesn't really stand up for Palestinian people's rights. It definitely bans people, including my good friends, for talking about Palestine, calling them terrorists and all that kind of shit. And not only that, it has a culture of misogyny and horrific bigotry at its core, which is probably why they're terrible at moderating marginalized streamers' chats. And well, not chats, it's not moderating their chats, it's like giving them the tools and dealing with things like the hate raids that went on for so long on Twitch, just really dragging the feet on that shit. And not to mention it, they make horrific decisions all of the time. So with that in mind, please sub off Twitch. I would only ever ask you to donate the same that you would on Twitch itself, which is £5 or $5 or whatever. The great thing about subbing off Twitch is you can do it as many times as you want in a month. That's right, Adam. You can, can't you? Adam's absolutely correct. And here's the other thing. If you are, unfortunately, not financially able to support the stream, don't worry. Because what you can do is you can retweet, like, and comment on the go live tweet, and that will boost the stream. More people will see it, and maybe someone who is more financially able. Cat Girl Steph, thank you so much for the £5. One more dono. Yeah, one more dono tonight in a row. And we're gonna have a little break from this and watch some music together. Could you imagine? That'd be really cool, won't it, chat? Yeah. So please consider liking, commenting, retweeting, the go live tweet. That really helps me out too. There it is in the YouTube chat as well for anyone on YouTube. And if you're not on Twitter, if that's your final excuse, yeah, if you're not on Twitter, then what you can do is you can repost the Blue Sky tweet, can't you? And it's right there. You could do all of that, and that will really help me out. All those things there. So please consider that. Ideally, I want to be hitting £50 a day, which I think is completely reasonable. That's essentially 10 people donating £5 every day. I think that's like easily doable. We've just had 2, so that's another 8 people to go, and that would be in order to hit the monthly goal of £600. I think it's entirely doable, chat. I believe in you. I believe in all of us. It's going to happen, and it's going to be a great month. And that means we're going to be unlocking that stream where I play some educational games, including possibly Ollie's Draw a Story and what's the other one? Maths Blaster, Secret of the Zoombinis, all those ones. We'll have a day where we do that, a Saturday. And that'll be fun, won't it? It'll be like going back in time. He's gonna take you back in the past. Oh yeah, I'll stop doing that now. Yeah, please consider subbing off Twitch. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. If you feel like you've learned something, if you feel like you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you just want to see me succeed, or if you just want to help me pay my bills, eat, take myself out on dates, that'd be really helpful. Anyway, let's get right back to this.
As I pointed out earlier, Lebanon considers that Israel is breaching all the constituent elements of the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, which, 1, political and economic independence, 2, permanent sovereignty over its wealth and natural resources, and 3...
Yeah, I think we can be pretty certain that Lebanon are just going to keep saying based stuff, and that's really cool. We got Libya next. Libya will probably say some base stuff. League of Arab Nations, let's take a look at who that is. Is this Malaysia? Who's this?
Concerns, and thus enjoys loyal to the court.
Participating delegation, Malaysia.
Malaysia, okay.
To address the court and call upon His Excellency, Mr. Dato Seri Utama Haji Muhammad.
I want to hear what Malaysia got to say.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, distinguished members of the court. It is a great honor and privilege for me to represent Malaysia.
What's the blessing that he says? That like I heard the guy from Kuwait say that at the start. Bismillah, in the name of God. Bismillah. Rahman Rahim. Bismillah Bismillah Rahman Rahim. What does it mean? In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Right, gotcha. Gotcha.
Advisory proceeding concerning the legal consequences arising from the policies and practices of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. As I stand here today, Gaza is facing devastation, including in Rafah at the southern end of the strip. The West Bank is also at risk. Safeguarding Palestinians from destruction is crucial, especially in light of Israel's non-compliance with the recent order of the provisional measures of this court on 26 January 2024 in the case brought by South Africa. The matter before you today is of grave concern to the General Assembly, all states, and the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people have long suffered dehumanization, demonization, brutal collective punishment. They have endured and are still enduring the denial of their right to self-determination due to the policies and practices of Israel in the OPT. It is incumbent upon each of us to do our part in ending their decades of long suffering and to work towards peace in their land. Malaysia has consistently supported peace for the Palestinian people, aligning itself with relevant General Assembly and Security Council resolutions. As was the case in the advisory opinion on the wall, this court is uniquely positioned.
Everybody bringing up the wall advisory opinion.
On the legal
rightly
questions
so.
submitted by the General Assembly. With a firm belief in this court's role as the custodian of the international law, we remain confident that justice and peace will prevail for Palestinians.
Oh yeah.
Malaysia's
Hell yeah.
position today is straightforward. The policies and practices of Israel in the OPT are a set of acts and measures that individually breach a number of rules of public international law. These policies and practices, however, taken together, also amount to serious breach of right to self-determination of the Palestinian people, which is protected by peremptory norm of international law. The occupation of Palestine for its part is nothing but these policies and practices itself. The occupation itself is thus in serious breach of peremptory norm of international law and must be brought to an end immediately.
Yep.
In my presentation, I will first deal briefly with the court jurisdiction and its discretion to respond.
Yeah, we can skip the court fucking jurisdiction shit because we know what he's going to say. He's going to say, yeah, definitely.
Question of Palestine until the question is resolved in all its aspects in satisfactory manner in accordance with international legitimacy. Second, the question addressed to the court are legal questions framed in terms of law and raising problems of international law. The request that the court determine the existence of violence of international law and their corresponding legal consequences is by its very nature susceptible to a reply based on law. Malaysia further submits that there are no compelling reasons preventing the court from exercising its jurisdiction, which after all represent the court's own words, its participation in the activities of the United Nations, which in principle should not be refused. Israel and others have argued that the court is being asked to resolve what is essentially a bilateral dispute between
Thanks so much for the retweet, Sorka.
Israel and Palestine, and to make
I'm seeing one person retweeting the go live tweet. 2 people or 3 people actually reposting the Blue Sky post. I appreciate that. But we gotta get more. We gotta get more, yo.
Permanent status determinations. Israel, in its unsurprisingly brief written statement, argues that both interested parties have given their express and binding consent to resolve all relevant disputes through another settlement means, namely through direct dialogue. Malaysia stresses first and in principle that questions of self-determination are never purely bilateral matters between states. They refer to a peremptory norms of international law, which produces ominous obligations owed to the international community as a whole. That being so, all states and the United Nations have a legal interest in the protection of the rights.
Thank you so much. I don't know who that is. Who just retweeted me, but thank you very much. Only lurk on Twitter. I have followers that are definitely 100% real women.
Involved. But quite apart
no drama, dude.
That, the question before the court are not at all concerned.
No, look, it doesn't matter if you don't have followers. Like, it's not the point, right? If you got no followers, if you got no one, whatever, it's the engagement in the algorithm that helps me out. So like, comment, retweet. It doesn't matter how many followers you got. I'm always saying this.
With settling disputes between Israel and Palestine, the court is requested to
hey, Kasona, thank you very much. Yeah, you got that repost. We got that repost.
Practices in the OPT. Its advisory opinion will inform the exercise by General Assembly.
Got them all there. Thank you.
Permanent responsibility of the United Nations towards question of Palestine. Such matters neither involve the determination of permanent status issue, nor are they for the parties to any direct dialogue to waive or disregard. As a final point, Malaysia recalls that it was on this ground that the court decided to exercise its advisory jurisdiction in the world, rejecting these and other arguments which have been replayed in this proceeding, such as the court does not have sufficient information and evidence. Malaysia admits that the court was correct then, and that there are no more compelling reasons today for the court to refuse to render the opinion requested than there were 20 years ago. Mr. President, members of the court, the objective of Malaysia in making these oral submissions is not only to make its position known on the legal question before the court. Its objective is also to assist the court in its important work. With that in mind, Malaysia offers here a way of thinking about the substance of the request of the General Assembly. The General Assembly, Mr. President, refers its request to the right to the self-determination in particular, in question A, to the prolonged occupation, settlement, and annexation of the occupied Palestinian territory, to the measures aimed at altering the demographic composition, character, and status of the holy city of Jerusalem, and to the adoption of discriminatory legislation and measures. And in question B, then, the Assembly refers to the policies and practices of Israel referred to in question A and asks the court how this affects the legal status on the occupation and what the corresponding legal consequences are. Malaysia submits that the policies and practices of Israel in the OPT consist of a set of...
Got fucking people liking, replying to some of my tweets who follow the IDF. Very normal, good shit.
...and acts and of legislative, administrative, and other measures. These include the construction, maintenance, and extension of a wall in the OPT, the establishment, maintenance, expansion, and protection of settlement in the OPT, along with the associated discriminatory legal regime, the demolition of Palestinian homes, and the forced transfer of the Palestinians in that territory, the control and the provision of food, water, electricity, and other amenities to the OPT, and other acts and measures, detailed both by United Nations organs and by the states having chosen to appear before you. All these policies and practices constitute in and of themselves violation of individual rules of international law, including international humanitarian law and the law of occupation, international human rights law, the prohibition of the use of force, and the associated prohibition of acquisition of territory by the threat or use of force, and others. All of this is detailed in Malaysia's written statement, as well as in other written statements submitted to the court in these proceedings. And we have heard over the last few days many states argue before the court along these lines. Malaysia submits that, taken together, these policies and practices, apart from breaching individual rules of international law, also constitute a serious breach of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination.
Okay, I think we can be fairly safely certain that this guy's back in Palestine. Where's this guy from?
I invite the next participating delegation, Mauritius, to address the court.
Got Mauritius.
Upon His Excellency, Mr. Conjou, to take the floor.
See what Mauritius got to say.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the court, it is an honor for me to address you on behalf of the Republic of Mauritius. Our presentation is in two parts. I will first make a general introductory statement. Professor Klein will then address you on the lessons learned from your recent Chagos advisory opinion, in particular its relevance to the unlawful occupation of Palestinian territory and the legal consequences that follow. This matter comes before you at a time of grave human tragedy.
Yeah, hit me up, B-Rat, please.
As the court recognized in its recent order on provisional measures in the proceedings brought by South Africa.
Hit me right up with that shit.
On 7th October 2023, Hamas and other armed groups carried out an attack in Israel, killing more than 1,200 people, injuring thousands, and abducting approximately 240 persons.
Wrong.
Whom continue to be held captive. Thereafter, Israel launched a large-scale military operation in Gaza.
This is pretty dry. Pretty fucking dry. I ain't got time for this. All right, thank you very much. YouTube, League of Arab States, Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Let's see what the African Union got to say.
Geldish to the podium.
Crux, are these good? Hey Johnny, what's going on? Who's that? Oh, Risk Adverse! Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. We just need 7 more people to donate £5 today, chat. Could you be one of the 7? Yes, you could. If you have £5 and you're a person, you could. That literally could be you. So, thank you so much, Risk Adverse. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. We're so close. So close to hitting it. You don't know who they are. It's just what you found. All right, cool. Gotcha. Let's see what they're saying.
Madam, you have the floor.
Oh, this is crusty. Oh, this is apparently in 1080p. I doubt that. I don't think so. Oh, look at that. Everyone is pixelated as fuck.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the court, it's an honor for me to represent the African Union, an organization numbering 55 member
Welcome
states.
back, Chloe.
On this last day of pleadings.
How many? How many states? 55 member states.
African Union, an organization numbering 55 member states. On this last day of pleadings, within the framework of the present advisory proceedings, it's important to recall the historical context and the tragic circumstances that...
This guy is so much worse than the earlier British guy. I mean, this guy sounds British as well, but, like, sounds just very bad at what he's doing.
Prompted the UN General Assembly to request once again and regrettably for the international community an advisory opinion from the court on the situation.
They need better translators. Let's do 1.25 speech. Yeah, you're right.
Palestinian territories. Now, the history of Palestine is a history of dispossession, displacement.
You know what I've just realized? What I've just realized is that we were listening to that guy before on 1.25. Could have got a woman to translate at least. I agree. I agree. The ICJ is not free from patriarchal propaganda. Literally speaking in slow motion. And we were listening to the previous guy on 1.25 speed. It might even be the same guy.
And of dehumanization. It's the history of an injustice. It's the tragedy of a people who, for over 7 decades, is systematically subjugated and oppressed by the Israeli colonial project, whose aim is to establish total and exclusive control on all of...
I sped up the last video. I did.
To deny the Palestinian people its
That's literally what it is.
Right to self-determination and deprive it of its right to live freely in its native land. The ongoing Israeli aggression against Gaza demonstrates this tragedy. A population of over 2 million innocent and defenseless civilians is the victim of a campaign of wanton death and destruction, consequence of the collective punishment exerted by the occupying power for decades. That's why at the conference...
Hey, what's going on, Jane? Good to see you.
...of members of the African Union that was held...
Everybody go follow DJ Manic over on YouTube. She's great. I gotta find, hang on, how do I do this? There you go. Go give her a follow. All the tunes in all my videos. They're all hers. They're all hers, and she does some really cool meme stuff as well. So, yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing if you're not following her?
On
Hope you're doing good.
17 and 18 February this year, the heads of state and government of member states of the AU
heads and state,
and I quote, their total outrage at the humanitarian catastrophe caused by Israeli forces occurring in the Gaza Strip and their full support for the Palestinian people in their legitimate struggle against Israeli occupation. The heads of state and government of member states of the AU also denounced, and I quote, the collective punishment measures against civilians, especially the attempts to forcibly transfer the Gaza population. Consequently, Israel's aggression against Gaza is nothing but a shameful attempt to create another Nakba, a further catastrophe destined to erasing the Palestinian presence in Palestine. Indeed, barely a few weeks ago.
Are you a little fucking psycho? Hey? Are you a little psycho? He's a little psycho. Tell the chat you're a little psycho. Tell him. Tell the chat. He's like, Dad, get off me. Get off me. Get off me! He's like tearing shit up in the fucking... I'm gonna have to like get a toy and just dangle it for him because he's like tearing shit up in the fucking in the other room. So just give me a minute.
This court recognized the grave peril that the Palestinian people was facing in Gaza when it determined that South Africa, one of the member states of the African Union, had established the plausibility of its allegation according to which Israel is committing genocide. Nothing can justify the unspeakable suffering and horrors inflicted on the population of Gaza. That is the essence of the Palestinian tragedy. For over a century, the Palestinian people is enduring a succession of Nakbas, from the Balfour Declaration to the wars of 1948, 56, 67, and 82, with the establishment and expansion of Israeli settlements and the construction of the separation wall. At every moment of history, the Palestinians have been the victims of subjugation, displacement, and dispossession. The escalating violence and the ruthless war machine are ceaselessly devastating the Palestinian population. Schools, places of worship, homes, hospitals are reduced to nothing, leaving behind them only the smoke of bombs that continue to rain down on Gaza. By miracle, children are born under the rubble, but they're living on borrowed time, given the famine affecting them, grieving families, surviving without water, without electricity, and see day on...
Only one I've seen so far that acknowledges it goes back to 1948. I believe China said 1948 or maybe 1967. There's been another one. There has been another one that says 1948. Definitely. Sorry, I'm just distracted by Tom.
Today, their hopes, their dreams, and their destiny despairing forever under the ruins. The conscience of humankind will never forget it. Mr. President, members of the court, this advisory proceeding aims at preventing this new injustice resulting not just from the force of arms, but also Israeli practices comprising the de jure and de facto annexation of Palestinian territories, the illegal establishment of settlements, the alteration of the demographic character of Jerusalem, and then the confiscation and destruction of Palestinian property, expropriation of Palestinian land, the construction of bypass roads, and maintenance of the separation wall. The fact that these Israeli practices in occupied Palestinian territories are continuing and accelerating is the result of the impunity that Israel enjoys and its breach of the right of people and the just Kogan's norms that are enforceable.
Translation voice is a vibe killer. It is. I mean, I'm also trying to do like two things at once. I'm also trying to like do fucking cat entertainment and people entertainment as well. Fuck it. You know what? We had £15 in donations. It's not what's normally required for the Tom Cam, but fuck it. Fuck it. Playing around. But don't generally get... That's what we're doing. Alright. There you go. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing, chat. Alright. There he is. I know, buddy. Right. Now you can watch Cat
This
play.
content is illustrated by the Israeli decision to ignore the advisory opinion of
the content is on point, it's
separation
true.
wall, or the countless resolutions passed by UN organs that have documented these violations of international law. This instant advisory proceeding is an opportunity to at last hold Israel accountable for its acts, but also to put an immediate end to its impunity and to uphold general international law.
Based!
International
Real ADHD hours, yeah. You know it.
law. Furthermore,
Look at him, look at his little head. He's so funny when he plays. Look at his little head. This is easily the best stream content I could ever do. Look at him as well. Have you seen how hench he is, chat? Look how hench he is when he jumps up. Yeah, he does the bum shake thing. Look at his arms. Have you seen how muscly his arms are? I must be doing something right, right? I must be doing something right because he's so hench. You know that picture of that cat where it's like, why is he so swole? I feel that all the time about him. If he like looks at me in a certain way, I'm like, he's gonna beat me up, man. He's gonna fucking beat me up.
Union is a party to this proceeding because it feels it has a particular responsibility towards the Palestinian people. Its member states emerged from the colonial scourge, waged war against apartheid and racial discrimination, and defended the cause of self-determination. Our present here today reflects the sentiment expressed by heads of state and government of African Union member states who stressed, and I quote, the centrality of the just cause of Palestine and the steadfastness of our supportive position and decisions based on our shared values against colonialism, oppression and apartheid, and the historically established African solidarity.
Based, lots of good stuff going on here, you know, lots of good stuff being spoken about like colonialism, oppression, apartheid. These are all good words, you know.
Palestinian people in their legitimate quest for freedom and an independent state. Mr. President, members of the court, on the occasion of the advisory opinion of the court on the Chagos Archipelago, the African Union saw the authority and impact of the court's decisions. This opinion indeed contributed to almost ending one of the last living forms of colonialism in Africa. As with this case, the question before you doesn't hinge on a dispute opposing two equal parties, but an asymmetrical situation in which an oppressed people is confronted with an occupying power. Therefore, the court will be able to confirm, in the same way as in the Chagos case, the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and freedom.
Based. Absolutely based. Hey, Endless Cemetery, how's it going? Hope you're having a good stream. Be good to yourself, fam. Yeah, same to you.
The state of Palestine is...
Yo, listen, I never knew you were a streamer, Endless Cemetery. I never knew that was the case. Seen you a couple of times out here. So, you know, go follow Endless Cemetery, everybody. Because they're pretty based. Hold up. When I do this, I think Chloe might be chilling. Been around a minute, not all of it pleasant. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. All good. All good. From Baltimore.
In a position to exercise its full sovereignty and
downtown Baltimore,
on its territories of the West Bank, Gaza, and on its capital, East Jerusalem, before humbly asking the court to give the floor to my colleague, Professor Mohammed Helal. I'd like to address the question of jurisdiction. Our observations will be brief. The vast majority of participants agreed that this instant proceeding, that nothing prevents the court from exercising its advisory function.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're from there, Devon, innit? This place is the apocalypse. Hey, you should try Britain. You should try Britain, Endless.
The African Union shares fully and totally. Indeed, the court has already confirmed its jurisdiction in a request for an advisory opinion on the same factual situation in the wall.
It's not so bad. It's not so bad. It could easily be worse over here.
It has no reason.
This is pretty based. Yeah, not at all. Seen anything that's like making me think, oh, this is lib shit or whatever. It's all pretty based. And that's the African Union. So, very good. Very good shit. Very happy with that. Let's fucking go. Right, what do we got next? B-Rat is out here. League of Arab States.
And I call...
Bro, where do you think you're going with that, man? See how he like gets it in his mouth and he's like, right, time to take it away. It's like, you're going nowhere with that, buddy. Absolutely fucking nowhere. Watch. Look, He's gonna get it in his mouth. Watch. Yeah? Got it in your mouth. Go on, yeah, bite it. Go on, bite it. Go on, buddy. Right. Go on. Right, where are you fucking going with that? Where are you going? Where are you trying to go, bro? Alright, let's see what the League of Arab States got to say.
الحكيم الرفاعي to the podium.
This place is your favorite flavor of dystopian future. I got you.
It's a great honor and privilege
Got you.
to appear before you today.
Global apocalypse, yeah.
I would like to read a statement by His Excellency, Mr. Ahmed Abul Gheit, Secretary General of the League of Arab States. The League of Arab States attaches high importance to the present proceedings, hoping that they contribute to safeguarding the principles of international law, to uphold the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, and end the last oppressive, expansionist, apartheid, settler, colonial occupation still standing in the 21st century.
Hell yeah.
The persistence of this occupation, acts of genocide, ethnic cleansing, war crimes, crimes against humanity.
I mean, this is true. Like, if you think about all of it in all of its truth, Israel is the last state that is doing stuff like every colonialist regime did in Africa, right? Like what was going on in with Belgium in the Congo, and with what was going on Germany in Namibia, all that kind of shit. It's the last kind of place in the world that is doing this shit. Obviously, other than like Azerbaijan with Armenia and but it's not as intense over there yet. You know what I mean? I don't like to measure like scales of genocides and attempted ethnic cleansing and stuff like that, but it's not quite as bad yet. That they're at like sort of invasion stage. But yeah, it's messed up. It's messed up that this is it's the final sort of like apartheid thing going down. You know what I mean? And again, I guess like, except for in the case of the USA where they're doing gender apartheid, right?
Displacement of populations, imprisonment of Palestinians behind illegal segregation walls, expansion of illegal settlements, creating new political realities on the ground, aiming at complicating the dismantling of the occupation. All will never discourage Palestinians from claiming their legitimate inalienable rights. The insistence on placing Israel above the law through the politicization of accountability and adopting double standards in the application of justice is a direct threat to international peace and stability.
Absolutely correct.
Ending Israel's total impunity and subjecting it, like any other state, to the universal rules of international law will help annul its pretexts to systematically reject peace initiatives.
Annul, not anal. Not anal. Will help anal. Who says that? What kind of a sentence is that? Will help anal. And annul is not how you pronounce that word. You don't say annul like that. Come on, man.
Of 2002, which offered full normalization of relations with all Arab states in exchange of Israel only respecting its already established obligations under the bodies of international law, human rights laws, and the United Nations.
Right, that's such a good point. That's such a good point. Israel is trying to do so much normalization with Arab states in the region, and the only agreement that there was for normalization was if Israel would stop fucking over Palestinians. So, fuck those leaders of those countries that are kind of like, well, we'll do it anyway, despite what's going on to Palestinians in Gaza, despite what's going on with Palestinians in the West Bank. It makes so much sense why there are so many people within Palestine and within Yemen and Lebanon who are pissed off that there are like these massive Arab states that are just like, yeah, whatever, we're not going to do anything. We're going to say stuff, but we're not going to do anything,
Security Council and General Assembly resolutions. This prolonged occupation is an affront to international justice.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Bring it to an end has led to the current horrors perpetrated against the Palestinian people, amounting to genocide. There can be no moral or juridical.
Nice cock, dude. What are you from fucking like you can't see this in the chat because this guy's a ban evader. Yeah. And it's so funny. It's like an ASCII art of a cock. And it's like, bro, what are you like, you know, you're 13. Valley 42 says I can see it. Well, you can't see it in the fucking, you know, in the chat here, right? But okay, well, everyone in the chat can see it. But here's the thing, like, what do you think? People are like upset by that, like triggered. Do you know what I mean? It's just so incredibly childish, man. It's like, yeah, okay, man, nice penis art. Nice penis art, Ramiro Benitez, account created January 15th, 2024. Cool, man. All right, now you're banned from the Twitch chat. See you later, dude. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, fucking rare, man. But that's because that guy's been banned before. You know?
Buying lands, killing, terrorizing.
Yeah, all right, dude. Nice penis. Nice penis drawing. It's quite nice, that, actually. I'd like to suck that, you know? What do you want me to say?
Unambiguously rule on the legal consequences.
Should have included more of the balls, actually, because I like balls as well, you know?
For all parties, especially those who turn a blind eye, facilitate, assist, or participate.
That's another thing, like, you know, I'm bisexual, don't you? It's quite insulting, actually, that you'd think that I would find that insulting. I'm actually a bisexual man, isn't it? You know, it's like, I like those. That thing that you put in the chat, I like those. I'm a fan of those things. You know? It's like no one puts like ASCII picture of like a pussy in the chat, right? That never happens. Because everyone's like, oh, everyone likes those, so that's fine. But it's like, bro, no, what are you on about?
In any way in perpetuating this illegal situation. Only the rule of law, not the prevailing law of the jungle, will pave the way to peace in the whole region. Ending the occupation is the gateway to peaceful coexistence. Thank you very much for
That's right.
attention. I now respectfully request, Mr. President, that you call on Dr. Ralph Wild, Senior Counsel and Advocate, to address the legal questions before the court. Thank you.
So that was an opening statement. You know, every single person who comes through and answers the legal questions says the same stuff. So let's skip to the final one that I wanted to look at, which is Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
To the podium. You have the floor, madam. Yes, thank you. Thank you, madam, Mr. President. It's on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation that I have the honor to appear before you this morning. I'm going to look at three elements of the situation which lie at the heart of your opinion. Now, some of the participating states in the instant proceedings requested your court to decline your jurisdiction. They were of the opinion...
It's that fucking speed again, innit? It's that fucking speed.
...that the request for an opinion would upset the negotiations.
70 degrees Fahrenheit in February in Chicago? Fucking hell, Crystal.
Negotiations were the
That's
only
nuts.
way towards peace. But let's have a look at the facts. Let's establish them in their truth. Because that's an indispensable condition for justice to prevail. Now, are there negotiations underway between Israel and Palestine? The truth of this question is that there aren't anymore. This is a myth which has long been artificially maintained, but which, if you look at current events, has totally collapsed. And even the parties involved admit this. Is the court...
This is fucking brilliant. This is the first time anyone's saying this, right? It's like, actually, there are no negotiations going on, so what fucking matters, actually? Triple J is correct, by the way. The US still has apartheid laws for people who live on reservations in the right now. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I was in Chicago 2022, went from 20 degrees to 1 degree overnight. 3 days later, it went the other way. Wild city. Yeah, but I think like what Crystal's saying is that in February, it's highly unlikely to be hitting 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And I agree when you consider that like Chicago is north of the UK. if we're looking at actual like latitude, longitude, stuff like that. And it's fucking freezing here. It's freezing here right now.
In a position to establish truth on this point now. Some participants in the instant proceedings have argued that you should decline your jurisdiction on account of some supposed difficulty to access the facts. But the case file that you received
direct calls
out,
out, call outs
themselves have all the elements you need on which to base the opinion requested. Thus, it is a known fact that the Oslo Accords, dating back to 1993 and 1995, that their objectives were intended to be achieved by 1999 at the latest, and that this time frame has not been met, and that subsequent meetings held in Sharm el-Sheikh,
Chicago's north of the UK, yep,
in 2000, bore no fruit. From then on, neither the redeployment of Israel nor the consolidation of the Palestinian Authority's autonomy has come to pass. The outlet for the Oslo Accord...
How do I get this? How do I get this up on the map? Map. Google Map. Right, what am I looking at here? Get rid of that. How do I like clear that, clear that, clear that, clear that, clear that? Oh my god, dude, there's so much fucking history. Alright, thank you very much. So on a, it very much isn't. Paris is north of Montreal, so no. I don't know if that's true, you know. Chicago is roughly in line with Spain. Nah, you're thinking of like the flat map. Which is not representative of. We do get wild fluctuations. It's usually not above freezing in Feb, right? Or Google Earth. Alright. Okay. Oh man, it's so hard to get this fucking globe right, man. So difficult. Oh no, maybe you're right. I don't know. Wait, hold up. UK is warmed by Atlantic currents, though, so warmer than you would expect by latitude. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh no, you know what, Valley? You might be right. Yeah, you might actually be right. Even on the fucking yeah, even on the thingy. Although I'd argue it's not on the same line as Spain. Maybe France, for sure. But whatever, that's neither here nor there. Oh my god, dude, what are you doing? What is happening? Bro, what the fuck? Full fucking green screen, man. Very cool. Thank you, Tom. Thanks for your contribution, buddy. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Well, whatever. I still think it's pretty like, okay, you know, Chicago's like same fucking latitude as France or Spain, right? Yeah, between Spain and France. Let's say that, right? And they're definitely like not those temperatures now. Definitely fucking not.
Accords hinged on compliance with resolutions 242 and 338 of the Security Council, where they are explicitly mentioned. This compliance required the withdrawal by Israel from occupied Palestinian territory in 1967. Article 18 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties provides that parties to an agreement must abstain from acts which deprive the treaty of its object and purpose. Thus, Israel's accelerated settling of Jewish colonies on Palestinian territory has deprived the Oslo Accords both of their object and of their purpose. Israel's politicians...
But yeah, the currents around oceans and the Mediterranean Sea change the temperatures. I don't know why you're still going on about this. All right, you got me, man. You proved me wrong. What do you want? What do you want? All right.
Have confirmed the demise of negotiations when they denounced the Oslo Accords as of the year 2000. That's more than 20 years ago. At that time, Ariel Sharon declared to the Haaretz, I quote him, "We're not going to continue Oslo, no more Oslo, Oslo, it's finished." End of quotation. More recently, on 12 December 2023, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu asserted, I'm quoting him, I shall not allow Israel to repeat the mistake of the Oslo Accords.
Yeah.
End of quotation.
Yeah. This is the thing that everybody, like, it doesn't fucking matter. It literally doesn't fucking matter how, sanitized Netanyahu's personality is in mainstream media, any kind of reporting about it. Oh, behind closed doors, Bibi's like, he's not so crazy. Like, he consistently, always, every single day is saying the most genocidal shit of all time. And I'm sorry, yeah, but you can't sanitize that. You simply can't. Yeah.
Your court will recognise that we are confronted here by a particularly noteworthy breach of good faith. Israel is a member of the United Nations. It's bound by the resolutions of this organisation as well as by specific undertakings it made. Yet it rides roughshod over the entire body. The state in question appropriates Palestinian territory, expels its people, denies Palestine the right to self-determination by all means available. You recalled in your judgment of 2018 that when states engage in negotiations, I quote you, they must conduct them in good faith. End of quotation. Well, it would appear that Israel's good faith vanished shortly after engaging in the Oslo negotiations. Thus,
yeah, very true.
No negotiation on the horizon right now which needs protection.
I would argue that there was no good faith even before the Oslo Accords.
Just an ongoing war and the refusal of Israeli authorities to open any political perspective based on international law. That's why the argument whereby a finding of jurisdiction to give this opinion would in some way bar the way to a negotiated peace is an argument wholly without merit. Now,
very true.
This is my second point. I'd like to dwell a little...
Highlight the absurdity while the US was talking about a two-state solution at the ICJ. Israel was reaffirming that they oppose a two-state solution in a vote. It'd be comical if it weren't so horrific. Yeah, I agree. Wild of the media to act like his personality has anything to do with anything. Well, the media's pretty wild, isn't it? Pretty fucking wild.
Longer on the question of negotiations to make a substantive remark here. Palestinians will not recover their legitimate rights by direct bilateral negotiations with Israel, and there are two reasons why not. The first relates to the overwhelming inequality between the two parties. Palestine is under Israel's military domination.
How we got here again, chat? I gotta stop. I'm so glad this fucking ICJ stuff is done because I haven't even got anywhere near what I wanted to look at today. I wanted to look at the fucking not this. I wanted to look at the fucking libs of TikTok interview. I wanted to look at this fucking loser. I wanted to watch the Palestine video. Damn, it's like, fuck, I've been streaming for 4 hours already, and it's like...
By land, air...
Fuck me, man.
And its representatives find themselves in a position of structural weakness. As such, any negotiation will be biased, and the resultant treaty will necessarily be unbalanced. The second obstacle relates to the fact that in negotiations which have taken place up to now, Israel has attempted...
You've got maybe 15 minutes to become the 7th or 6th £5 donator for tonight. I genuinely believe that you can do it. Yeah? I know someone out there has got a £5 in the back pocket that they want to give to Dr. Jokta. Yeah? It's true. It's very, very true. Comrade, listen, comrade, it's for the revolution, yeah? You've got to fund the revolution. You know, Stalin robbed banks to fund the revolution, yeah? You don't even have to do that. You just have to go in your back pocket and give it to good old Donkus Jonkus. And that's your part done. You don't have to do anything else.
To make the Palestinians make concessions to the fundamental rights they have under international law. The principal violation, which is the source indeed of the other violations, lies in Israel's persistent refusal to let
revolution in bio
to self-determination. And
fund the revolution one cat at a time. Yeah.
Mandate in 1947 has Israel's leaders admitted with sincerity that a Palestinian state could coexist with them in Palestine.
Here we go. Here we go. Let's go back to this.
Palestinians make concessions to the fundamental rights they have under international law. The principal violation, which is the source indeed of the other violations, lies in Israel's persistent refusal to let or to give the Palestinian people the right to self-determination. At no moment since the end of the mandate, British mandate in 1947, has Israel's leaders admitted with sincerity that a Palestinian state could coexist with them in Palestine.
Israeli leaders have in no way since 1947 and the end of the British mandate, in no way have they ever entertained the idea that there could be a Palestinian state to coexist with Israel. Right? They've never once entertained the idea, and that says it all, doesn't it? That says it all.
Israel's Prime Minister confirmed this on 20 January, through his opposition to any Palestinian sovereignty. When Israel pretended to negotiate the Palestinians' right to statehood, it was only to concede a caricature thereof. Demilitarized power, enclave...
Oh, this is so good. She's going so fucking hard. When Israel pretended to negotiate Palestinian statehood, she's saying everything. All the best shit.
It was only to concede a caricature thereof. Demilitarized power, enclave, dispersed over a fragmented territory, with reduced access to its own natural resources. And yet,
absolutely,
the right of peoples to self-determination is a just Kogan's norm. It is not some constitutive right which could only arise if recognized by Israel. Not at all. It's a declarative right, inherent to the situation of the colonized people of Palestine. And it exists from the moment this people, the Palestinian people, decided to claim it. Thus, purely and simply, this is not a negotiable right. Israel has occupied, as of 1967, Palestinian territories subsequent to a military action which was carried out in breach of the core rule prohibiting the use of force. So Israel is occupying a territory over which it has no rights. Israel must withdraw. And that's not negotiable either.
Absolutely.
By colonizing this territory.
That's fucking so base, chat. That's one of the base things anyone said in these hearings. Let's hear it again.
That's not negotiating a territory over which it has no rights. Israel must withdraw.
Must withdraw. Let's hear it again.
So Israel is occupying a territory over which it has no rights. Israel must withdraw. And that's not negotiable either.
Not negotiable.
By colonizing this territory, Israel breaches the prohibition of transferring population from the occupying power into the occupied territory.
Just throwing a couple more in there, you know? Just throwing a couple more sound effects in there. There we go.
Israel's official plan is to continue this unlawful act. From the 700,000 currently on the West Bank and in Jerusalem, the settlers should pass the 1 million number as fast as possible, according to Minister Smotrich. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's right.
July 2023. So Israel has officialized this breach by including in its basic law of 2018.
Who were we watching the other day? We were watching more ICJ stuff when they were saying Israel has, like, they refer to the West Bank as Judea and Samaria, which are the biblically Hebrew names kind of thing. There's no such thing as too many, really. No, yeah, they want, like, they're just like, yeah, overwhelm the Palestinians. That's what they're saying, kind of thing. Yeah.
The development of Jewish settlements as a basic value of Israeli society. This, notwithstanding that international law requires the dismantling of all these settlements. And here, yet again, we have before us an obligation which is non-negotiable. The security of Palestinians is seriously threatened. They're dying in thousands under Israeli bombs in Gaza since 7 October. And in the West Bank, according to Israeli sources, 367 Palestinians have been killed since...
367. Oh, no such thing as too many sound effects. I'm so sorry. I got a bad brain. It doesn't work properly. My bad, Husker. But you're right. That's right.
7 October, including 94 children. 2,000
Maggie Smith vibes on this lady.
are arrested, and Palestinian sources, or the opinion that these figures are highly underestimated.
That's right.
Settlers
She does look like
in
Maggie
the West
Smith.
Bank and East Jerusalem.
Oh, that's crunchy.
Violence against the Palestinians. They're encouraged. They are armed by the state of Israel itself.
Correct.
So the dispossession of their lands and the repression to which the Palestinians are subject to has intensified over the last months.
N.A. Zadrawi Comrade.
Nazdrovie, comrade. Thank you so much. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you, Big Daddy Ledin. Really appreciate that. Thank you for subbing up Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Now, could you be the 6th? We need 6 more £5 donos. 6 more £5 donos. Cheers, Lenin. Big up, mate. What a legend. 6 more £5 donos and we'll hit the daily stream target for this week. Thank you so much for donating so much so far. Really
And at
appreciate
the
it.
same time, a policy of discrimination which constitutes apartheid. All these violations of fundamental rights must stop. Once again, it's not...
That's the next thing on the to-do list, by the way. New, whatchamacallits. Friend of the channel and frequent viewer, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He's always watching the stream, it's true. He's always watching the stream, and that's because he's always watching all of us, comrades. Yeah? He's always watching all of us. Yeah, the next thing on the to-do list for the stream, making the stream better, funnier, more exciting, more interesting, it's alerts. So, yeah, gonna have lots of, like, new alert sounds for donos, which is gonna be very weird because the whole time I've been having fucking donos is like, you know, just been having that traditional cha-ching sound. Hi, B-Rat. Hi, chat. Hey, Conan Invincible. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to the stream.
Negotiable.
It's going to be really weird having that, like, cha-ching sound disappear from the stream and replaced with, like, generic alerts. Well, they're not going to be generic. They're going to be good. They're going to be pretty good stuff. So,
To give the requested opinion, your court will have to look at the question of Jerusalem. Now, this city wasn't included in the territory destined to Israel by Resolutions 181 of the General Assembly of the UN, proposing a partition plan for Palestine. When it was admitted to the UN in 1949, Israel...
different alerts by amount. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing. So, like, if you go down to the on the Twitch page of my stream, you'll see that there's like a bits menu, and they do still work, by the way. If you donate bits to the stream, those alerts will still work. But they're all different based on the amount of bits. Buddy, what are you doing? What are you fucking doing? I'm going to put a camera on you down. Yeah, that's right. That's right. He's being really cheeky. I've already been playing with you so much. He's like, Dad, fuck that stream off. Yeah? Fuck that stream off. You're never going to hit your £50 dono goal. Just go to bed and play with me before you go to bed. That's what it is. So, you got to prove him wrong, chat. You got to prove him wrong. Sub off Twitch, £5. I can't believe none of the commie streamers on Twitch have used that clue line. Communist was just a red herring yet for alerts. Ooh, communism was a red herring. Yeah, I'm going to have to check that out. Yeah, Clue's supposed to be really good. I tried to watch it in the middle of last year, but I got distracted, I think.
Charter, and the resolutions voted by its organs. Thus, there was recognition that Jerusalem had not been attributed to Israel. However, by taking over the west part of the city by force in 1948 and in 1967 the east part of the city, Israel made Jerusalem its reunited...
He's cute, he can get away with it. It's true, chat.
East Jerusalem has undergone a forced Israelization via intense settlement. This is considered as irreversible by Israeli leaders. However, East Jerusalem has no other status than that of a territory occupied militarily by a foreign power. and like all, indeed, of Palestinian territory occupied since
Quotable
1967. So Israel has to withdraw in favour of the Palestinian people.
Yep, it does.
The relevant resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly have required constantly. The holy places have to be freely preserved and open to all those who wish to go there. And that's not negotiable either. Disregarding these legal imperatives shared by...
Chat, I think I'm fucking regretting getting him this raw food because he's got so much fucking energy. It's actually insane. I don't know how I'm going to deal with this. He was already bad when, like, I got his fleas and worms treated. You know, he got loads of energy back. Like, he's definitely still, like, kitten age. You know what I mean? 1 year and 6 months. He's still, like, a teenager, innit? You know what I mean? So he's got all this fucking energy. And I just... I don't know what I'm going to fucking do. Literally, he is literally bouncing off the walls. I've only fed him this this raw food today, and he's already going sicko mode. Sicko mode, buddy. Aren't you? Hey? He fucking loves it. He's like, yeah, I'm going to fucking climb that cat tree and wake you up tonight.
By all nations, Israel
Can't wait, chat.
would like to legalise its unlawful actions, which I've just mentioned, by placing them in an agreement. Yet if one subjects the situation to legal analysis, what becomes apparent is that Israel has no right over Palestine, only duties. And the preservation of international public order based on shared, non-derogable norms depends on their being complied with. The responsibility of this compliance falls to the United Nations, which is mandated with peacekeeping. They have been confronted with Palestine's decolonisation case filed by the failure of the mandate given to the UK. The UN is the only authority capable of resolving on a legal basis the situation created by decades of failure.
Decades of failure.
If peace must come
Decades of
from
failure.
an agreement between the parties, this must be concluded under the auspices of the United Nations, guarantors of legal compliance, and not under the arbitrary sponsorship of a third state lacking in objectivity.
Absolutely.
Thus, the way forward, based on the findings of your opinion, should ensure that the agreement re-establishing the Palestinians in all their rights will respect the fundamental norms which currently are the target of circumvention. If that weren't to be the case, the future peace treaty would fall under the Vienna Convention of the Law of Treaties, which provides, I quote, "A treaty is void if at the time of its conclusion it conflicts with the peremptory norm of general international law." End of citation. This brings me to my last point, the second question, which is being put to your court by the General Assembly of the UN. You are asked about the legal status of the occupation and on the legal consequences arising from it. You must thus examine Israel's occupation of Palestinian territory holistically in the light of international law. Well, first of all, it's jus ad bellum, the law which governs the use of force.
Oh, went down the wrong way.
The very important norm of the prohibition of the threat of use or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Now, it is established that it is by the use of force that Israel occupied Palestine in 1967, as the Security Council and the General Assembly have ceaselessly recalled. This use of force directed against territorial integrity and Palestinians' political independence, which is today recognised as a state by the UN. So the occupation was unlawful from the very beginning. This illegality is manifest since 1967 by the way in which this occupation has been conducted. It breaches all the conditions set out in the Law of The Hague and Geneva regarding military occupation of foreign territories. These conditions are identified by the Manual of the International Committee of the Red Cross. The occupying power may not modify the structure and characteristics, intrinsic characteristics of the occupied territory over which it acquires no sovereignty. Israel has ceaselessly changed these characteristics for its own benefit. Occupation is and should remain a temporary situation. Now, Israel's been occupying Palestine for 66 years now, and its leaders openly broadcast their intention to indefinitely pursue this occupation. Israel must administer the territory in the interest of the local population, taking into account its needs. And the needs of the Palestinians have been cruelly ignored. Israel must not exercise its authority to serve its own interests and those of its own population, yet all of Israel's policies and practices are directed for the benefit of Israeli settlers and in breach of the Palestinians' rights and interests.
Yep.
These are the conditions in which Israel has developed the occupation of Palestinian territory, conditions whose complete evidence can be found in UN reports. And they will lead you to conclude that this occupation, by its duration, by the practices of it, is the pretext for an annexation plan.
What are your opinions
This,
on this, Tom?
officialised regarding Jerusalem, has
What are your
been implemented
opinions?
de facto for the West Bank.
Okay.
Well, as for Gaza, total war underway there, and the plans announced by the government of Israel confirm the will of Israel to maintain their mastery over this territory. The result of all this, as your court doubtless will confirm, is that the occupation by Israel of Palestinian territory is triply unlawful. It is unlawful at
Triply
its source,
unlawful.
having breached the prohibition of the use of force. It is unlawful on account of the means used, which constitute systematic violations of humanitarian law and human rights law. It is unlawful by its aim, objective aim, being to annex Palestinian territories, thus depriving the people of Palestine of its fundamental right to self-determination.
That's exactly what it is.
I'd now like to just give you a few of my reflections to conclude. Israel's unjustified and unpunished use of violence against the Palestinians leads to yet more violence in response, in an infernal cycle, that of vengeance. And vengeance naturally favours the strongest. This is the murderous chain of events tragically taking place as we watch. To break this chain, an impartial third party is needed, authoritatively asserting what the application of a common norm should be. It falls to your court, when you hand down this opinion, to bring all of this conflict back under the spotlight of the law. This law allows you to declare what rules should be applied in a critical situation, but also what measures can be taken when these rules are persistently violated. Let me recall that the submissions of the Organisation of Islamic Cooperation remain unchanged with respect to our written comments, but I will allow myself, if that is all right, to refer to two of them. I recall solely that the organisation that I represent requested the court to enjoin Israel to cease the violations which have been pointed out, and to require the UN and their member states to use all measures available to bring the situation to an end, including sanctions against the responsible state.
Let's fucking go. I agree wholeheartedly. And I think it'll be really interesting, yeah, to hear... Where do you think you're going, buddy? I think it'll be really interesting to hear what the ruling is. And if the ruling does include sanctions, and that, like, no aid can go to Israel, no weapons can go to Israel, if that's actually what the ruling is going to be, it will mean the end of Israel. That's actually what it will mean. If all the member states agree to it, yeah? It's the boy. He is the boy, isn't he? Small boy, baby boy, on the floor. If the member states agree, and of course the US and the UK won't, they'll probably try and invade The Hague, right? At which point I think countries like Russia and China will just like sit back and laugh as we get decimated by the rest of Europe. Do you know what I mean? Who go to war with us, probably. Because the EU will be like, oh, the Britain has invaded us. And they're not part of Europe anymore. Well, time to show them what that actually means in wartime. You know what I mean? That will be fucking insane, actually. God, I hope it doesn't come to that. But anyway, you never know nowadays, right? Could be fucking anything. But I think that would be the only just ruling. And I think this person has highlighted some stuff that other member states haven't, such as Israel must withdraw. And I think that was implied to be, as a whole, the occupation needs to end. And of course, China, you know, my top 10 from the ICJ so far have definitely been like Kuwait, Lebanon. We had some really interesting stuff from the the African Union earlier, and then we got Islamic cooperation, then China, and then finally Palestine, of course, because Palestine is, you know, they deserve the final word on this, really. America might barely win that fight, yeah.
Members of the court. I like to
China would finish it off, I agree.
Admiral
Leaving the EU only to invade the EU within a decade would be hilarious. It would be. It would be hilarious. Yeah, it would be. Darkly, horrifically hilarious.
Ayalon, who ran Israel's domestic...
Cuba would have some interest in that development, yeah. It would.
Now, his personal path in life has led him to question the concept of the enemy and assess the dead end in which Israel finds itself after having chosen violent repression to accompany its...
It's going to be in some kid's essay about how World War III started, yeah. And you know what? There's going to be a section on streamers. There's going to be a section on Twitch streamers, I have a feeling, genuinely. And it won't have people like me in it. It won't have my friends in it. My friends who got banned and shit like that. It will be people like fucking Hassan. And you know what? To be fair to Hassan, like, he's right about Israel. He's right about Palestine. He's been very, like, consistently correct about that shit. And that's good. But it's just fucking annoying, right? Because people are going to be like, oh, yeah, this guy, he was the most popular one, and blah, blah, blah. Deeply frustrating, you know. Unless there's going to be a subsection on revolutionary streamers, actual revolutionary streamers.
Refusal of a political solution. A few weeks ago, he concluded an interview given to a French newspaper by saying, I'm quoting him now, "The international community should play a beneficial role. We need someone from the outside."
Actually, do you know what? It might not even be Hassan that gets mentioned. It might be like XQC who like watched fucking Gaza get blown up and was going like, "Oh, fucking PogChamp, dude. Fucking PogChamp, dude." I don't know how XQC speaks. He's French, right? So he's like, "Ah, they're fucking PogChamp, dude, yeah?" Do you know what I mean? Like, he was fucking watching, like, Palestinians get turned into red mist, and he's just there like, "Oh, fucking said that." Fucking scumbag. Actual fucking demon.
To show us our mistakes. End of quotation. So, saving the Israelis from themselves, that will be the contribution.
Easily the most fucked streamer of all time, XQC.
Thanks to your advice.
Probably discounting, you know, debate perverts and shit like that. If we're talking about, like, generic streamers, it's like, yeah. XQC is just one of the worst.
Advisory opinion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, that was pretty base chat all around. Good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Chat, I'm really sorry. I got to apologize. I really wanted to cover the rest of that stuff today, but I guess we're gonna be doing that tomorrow. And I've said that a lot recently, and I'm gonna be a bit more organized this time, yeah? So here's what we're doing tomorrow. Aiden Ross. Yeah, Aiden Ross is clapped, yeah? Aiden Ross is fucking absolutely clapped. He's like one of the worst individuals I've ever seen in my entire life on this fucking platform. Here's what we're gonna do, and you know, I've said this a few times recently, and I'm gonna hold myself to this. Yeah, the Libs of TikTok Chaya Rychik, Taylor Lorenz interview. We're just watching that tomorrow, right? Nothing before it. As soon as I start the stream, no Twitter bullshit. Going right into the Libs of TikTok Chaya Rychik interview, and then we're going to go into... I know, it's very ew. It's very ew. Not just ew because of Chaya Rychik, but also ew because of Taylor Lorenz. Actually, I'll be real. I don't know what problem people have with Taylor Lorenz. I've heard that she is like a bit of a lib, but that's it, really. I don't really know the actual, like, what her politics are. I'm guessing she's not a fucking communist revolutionary, right? I'm guessing she's not. But anyway, regardless, we'll find out tomorrow, I'm sure. Excuse me. Listen, we're going to go raid someone, chat. Who are we going to raid? Well, I'll tell you in a bit. In just a hot minute. Buddy, what are you doing up here? You've been such a distraction of the stream tonight. And you're just up here again. No, come back from out of there. Fucking hell. We're fucking going crazy out here, chat. None of this is good. Okay, he's just jumped down. Alright, okay. Listen, we're gonna go raid Anais Frenchie. Could be Lib Alert material. It could be. I'm very excited to use my new Lib Alert thing. Hope everybody gets good weather tomorrow. Same to you, Triple J. Same to you. Listen, Anais Frenchie is pretty cool. I've not really seen any of her streams, but she's pretty based. She's definitely based from the things that she says on Twitter. She's currently reacted to Who the Fuck Did I Marry? While she's getting ready. Pretty sure this is the right channel. Uh-huh. Alright, there we go. Yeah, join me as we raid in, chat. That'd be really, really cool. Listen, thank you so much, everybody, tonight. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for just being here. Thank you for the follows. I've had a few follows tonight. That's been pretty cool. And thank you so much for being here in the chat. Thank you so much for lurking as well. If you're a lurker, if you're watching this VOD on the VOD channel, please like, comment, subscribe. It really helps me out. And if you can't deal with 24 hours without me, yeah, just go to my socials. They're all there apart from my Twitter, which is different. That's my alt account that's on the Twitter link right there. But, you know, whatever. You could go ahead and follow me on those. It really helps me out if you do that too. Check me out on Patreon. Check me out on the VOD channel. Fighter Jet, you get in here right at the end. I'm sorry to tell you. But yeah, chat, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you all. I'll see you tomorrow. Straight into that content tomorrow. Promise you. All right. Take it easy. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace. That's right, Amogus.